Hello, everybody. Welcome to the FFR Rando Marathon Summer 2023 edition. We are raising money for the Liam Foundation, an LGBTQIA plus community based out of Rockford, Illinois, whose mission is to encourage, assist, heal, and empower the community through respect, advocacy, and passionate hearts to promote thriving in society. We are getting ready for our Castlevania block. All three GBA Castlevania games are going to be played in sequence in a lovely little relay. We are going to be starting with Castlevania Circle of the Moon. But before we get to that, just a couple of things to read off for y'all real quick. First off, I want to thank everybody from Dwango AC's community and the wonderful Overlord Taskbot for joining us here today. Thank you very much. We appreciate it greatly. We've got a donation to read before we get going from Demon RHK, $25. Says finish off progressive forms for Mystic Quest and put the rest toward Shrug Percent. So those are both for the Mystic Quest incentive that is ongoing. That will be coming up after the Castlevania block. I do, however, want to mention some stuff that still needs to be filled for the Castlevania block, which starts, of course, with Circle of the Moon. There is an all bosses incentive for Circle of the Moon that needs $80 to be met. That can be done anytime during that run, so please make sure to fill that. We also have a couple of incentives for Aria of Sorrow, which is going to be the third of the three games. We have Turn On Stat Rando, and we have the Double Chaos Final Fight incentive. Double Chaos is halfway met at $40. Stat Rando still needs the full $80 to be met. Both of those two for Aria of Sorrow need to be met before the beginning of that seed. So please make sure to take care of that. You got roughly 3 hours to meet that incentive, but we've only got about an hour and a half in total to meet the Circle of the Moon incentive. So please make sure to work on that as well. This relay is going to be a relay starting, as I mentioned, with Circle of the Moon with Malert. We have Fuse CV running Harmony of Dissonance and finishing it off with Barracks doing Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. So we've got a lot of great Castlevania GBA action ready to go, and I'm going to go ahead and shut up and let the hosts slash runners go ahead and take over on commentary. So good luck, folks, and have fun.
Thank you. We're just waiting to switch to the Circle stream on Discord. We're still looking at Barracks' Aria of Sorrow right now.
The Castlevania lore might be confusing, and Circle might not be part of the lore, but it does not take place in 2035.
That is correct. Yes. Hi, I'm Malert64. Call me Malert or Mala or Mal. Everyone in this call is probably going to call me something different. And I'll be starting us off with Circle of the Moon. The randomizer for Circle, I'll explain it as we go. First thing to note is that Circle of the Moon, we've got 5 different modes we can play in Circle that give Nathan different stats and stuff out of the gate. We're going to be playing on Fighter because that makes things decently easier. We have a lot more strength to us right out of the gate, so I'll be putting Gradius into the name entry screen to start. And yeah, so whenever we're ready to start, I'll give us a countdown. And okay, cool. We'll go 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright, so the first part of every Circle Rando is a bit of a meme. We have to mash for 50 seconds through text because this is the only GBA Castlevania where you can't skip cutscenes. So we're just going to be watching a little bit of exposition of Dracula being brought back by Camilla, and we'll be watching Morris Baldwin, his son Hugh, and his friend Nathan Graves show up at the castle to defeat Dracula. However, it could never be that simple, and we get ourselves yeeted into a big, massive pit, and that is where our game will begin, at the bottom of this massive shaft. So, once we mash through more text, it should be pretty much exactly 53 seconds, if I've been on point. 52, 53, there we go, yeah, perfect. Okay, so now we begin the game. The randomizer... What we're looking for are keys are the final objective, and those keys, once we have minimum of 3 of the 5 that are available, that have been placed, we'll be able to access Dracula's room, where the final battle takes place. To get those keys, we're probably going to have to traverse most of the castle and kill a lot of bosses and enemies. And item drops are randomized off of enemies, so I'll want to kill most things at least once. Also, sub-weapon spawns are randomized. I'll take that axe, that is very nice. Of the sub-weapons, the strongest ones are the cross and the axe, and those are useful. Very useful for shredding enemies. Also in this preset, we're able to activate the DSS card combination that gives us increased movement speed right out of the start, regardless of whether we have those cards or not. There's a curse string. That ups my strength. I'm having to explain everything very, very quickly because everything's just happening so fast. So there are 20 DSS cards in Circle of the Moon. In this preset, we have a setting enabled that only allows 10 of those 20 cards to appear. That just encourages more diverse playstyles. And you'll notice when I equipped that Cursed Ring, I was very excited to see that. Cursed Rings are some of the items that increase Nathan's strength, which is one of the 2 stats that really matter in this randomizer. At Circle of the Moon, you're really going to be wanting to focus on strength for combat and intelligence for everything else. Serpent DSS card, this could be required for progression because Serpent card is required for one of 2 DSS card combinations that allow us to freeze enemies and use them as platforms, and that can be necessary to reach certain checks.
I can explain the DSS combination if you'd like.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah. So, you may have read in that text box, there's attribute and action cards. 10 of each, so as Mal mentioned, we'd only be seeing 10 total. Basically, imagine you have these 2 decks of 10 cards, then by using the polymerization card, you can combine them to perform a unique effect for each combination. There's 100 total. As I understand, most of them are not amazing, but a number of them are quite good.
Yep.
So for example, we have the Serpent card. If we get the Mercury card or the Mars card, we can fuse those. We can special summon either an Ice Whip or an Ice Sword to use to freeze enemies. And that's true for any combination of 2 DSS cards. You may also know from the Vanilla Circle game, there's a very infamous glitch where if you have any 2 DSS cards of opposite values, so you can use any normal combination, you can just pause the game and swap your cards around to use any combination at once. That glitch has been patched by the randomizer, so we do actually have to find the right cards to use these combinations.
Yes. I'll say as well, I did mention it, we found Double Jump a little while ago. It looked rather strange. It looked like 1/4 of a special box that appears in a later area, and that's because just because of how this game is put together. The randomizer, we're very glad it works at all, so we'll take some broken sprites if we can get things to work. Also, I'm just grinding Mudmen for a second because these enemies, I've had a lot of experience in the past with these having good items and me not having a good time because I didn't farm these guys to see what one of their drops was. So this is just a ritualistic thing I do, basically, to see. In fact, last night I was doing a seed and I got strength rings off of these guys, so if I can't get anything by the next 25 seconds, we will skip 2. We'll just keep going. It's worth doing, though.
Slide is actually a good attacking option in this game.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine
and there we go, strength rings. Called it every time. Yep. Okay, we're farming a second one of those because, yeah, I'm not doing that. Thank you.
These are what, one of the best strength boosting items in the game?
One of the top 2. Yep.
Is Strength Armband the better one?
Strength Armband is the better one, yeah. The top 3 would be Double Grips together, giving you 75. Strength Rings giving you 50 each for 100, and then Strength Armband's giving you 100 each for 200. And there we go. Okay, now we are going to go and run to the next boss and see what that drops and get whatever's behind that.
And while we're at it with running, we also start with dash boots, which let you run by
Yes.
double tapping. And also, while I mentioned the glitched and patched, you are able to use one combination all the time, which is the move fast one.
That is correct. It still burns your MP. It uses 4 MP per unit time, and that's how intelligence becomes important in this game, because for every 100 int you have, you get 1 more MP restoration per unit of time. And I say unit of time because it's not seconds; it's some other arbitrary unit that I don't know how to quantify. So once we have 400 intelligence, we are able to just run infinitely at boosted speed. Just do this check. Also, countdown. That's a new useful thing we should be talking about. That number at the right end of my HUD, that's the number of major checks in the current area. And major checks include DSS cards, progression items, and keys. And keys are technically progressionized, but whatever. Also by Cerberus. That's what happens when you have strength rings and an axe. Yeah, Cerberus dies very, very fast.
And bosses all drop a good item, correct? Well,
Yeah, hopefully.
Good.
They can drop...
In quotes.
Consumables are a bit of a joke if they drop from bosses, and thankfully we patched out bear rings spawning from bosses, because that item is literally useless, and no one ever wants to see that drop from a boss, so...
The rates for that is also tweaked, because normally in vanilla you can never have anything that is more than a 50% drop rate, regardless of what gear you have boosting your luck. So that was overridden for making sure you always get something.
Interesting. Yes, Fuse helped develop this randomizer, just so we know. In fact, Fuse is responsible for at least partially all 3 of the randomizers we're playing today. So shoutouts to Fuse for his help on that.
Huge shoutouts.
Also, before I leave and go to the stairway, I should do a few more checks here now that I have double jump, because I can check some other things. There's one check on this left side that could have an item. Otherwise, the rest are locked behind some of the other ability items that we'll be seeing later. These flea men are annoying.
Texas says in chat, I use polymerization to fuse Pluto with Black Dog to special summon a very bony boy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, with a 1 in 8 chance of throwing a very large bone that does a lot of damage. Also, we picked up Tackle. That lets us do that. That's useful for... mainly for breaking through large blocks of stone that allow us access to other areas. And in fact, there is one such check in the catacomb that I am going to go do before I leave, in case it has something else that I don't want to miss. Just on the right side of this room. I get bodied by the Earth Demon on the way. Okay. There we go. And it's nothing, it's an HP max up. Okay, that's fine.
Huge.
Indeed. Of the 3 max up items you can get are HP, MP, and heart ups. The ones you want to see the most typically are the MP ones, because they do give you a full refill on your MP when you pick them up. So if you have less than 400 int and you're struggling to maintain running speed, high speed, they're good to find, and just keep chaining picking those up. HP max ups are probably the worst, just because HP, really, in the grand scheme of things, those particular ways of boosting your HP aren't going to matter that much. And then hard ups are just good. There's one check, there it is, last key. So in Vanilla Circle, you'd find the last key behind Hugh in the top of Observation Tower, and there'd only be 1 in the seed. In Randomizer, we can have anywhere between 0 keys and 9 keys, and anywhere between 0 and 9 of them to be required to enter the ceremonial room. In the competitive preset, we spawn 5 and require 3. Underground Waterway, we're just coming here to do a little bit of farming off this Frozen Shade to start, because Circle likes grinding, basically. So we're gonna... And as well, Frozen Shade has the best HP to XP ratio of any enemy in the game, apparently. I need fact-checking on that. If Garney in chat wants to confirm, he can.
It's already
And
some big damage differences just from 3 kills.
that's true. Yeah, but level 9, we're gonna go to level 10. There we go. Okay. So you'll notice if I'm standing in this water, it's gonna damage me. Well, there's an item that purifies the water. It's called cleansing. And that's required to put Underground Waterway in logic. Ideally, we won't be seeing cleansing, because I don't want to have to go through Waterway. I was practicing last night, and Barracks has a good idea of what doing Waterway looks like, so it's not fun.
There's
Takes
some
a long
very
time.
very creative ability names in this game. We have a double,
Yes.
cleansing,
Yeah. Tackle. Kick
and then
boots.
it's like
Kick boots are the coolest
Rockwing.
ones. And Rockwing,
is
yeah, I
such
know.
a good name. How did they have high jump or not high, double and Rockwing in the same game?
There's 2 checks in gallery. I'm just doing some entrance checks here. I'll just grab whatever this is. It's an MP up. I'll take it. And we'll skedaddle out of there. Also, if you'll notice me stuttering back and forth, and you're not familiar with this game, if you notice me stuttering back and forth every time I turn around, that's because the input to run is double tapping either of the 2 direction buttons. So I can do right, right, left, left, or left, right, right, left. And there is a setting that gives us auto run, but that's cheap, and it removes some of the skill required for this game, so that's not in the competitive preset. Also, nice card here, Venus card. Not useful right now. Could be later. Another curse string. I'm looking for a good piece of chest equipment. Either a high tier robe would be pretty good right now, because that'd give me some more int. Got 3 checks in Machine Tower. And just a heart up here. There's 1 check in Audience Room, which is where we currently are, and that is very low. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Gonna slide through everything. Barracks, imagine if Arya's slide was like this. Wouldn't that be cool?
You know, it is in Julius mode if you've killed all the bosses. You can
Yeah, if you've killed all the
kill
bosses.
zombies with it. It does like 200 damage. I mean, granted, yours does 200 damage at like level 2, but
It does
everything
the
in
exact
Circle is a big number.
Yes, it does the exact same damage as a whip attack, basically. So
Yeah, I think Harmony has that as well, with like the dive kicks and slides doing the same as a whip.
I wish that Aria was a good game and Dive Kick was useful.
yeah, true. It's useful in Julius mode, but
But not for
really.
combat.
No, it's useful for funny memes, basically, and movement.
I can explain later in like 2 hours why it's
Yeah.
useful.
Yeah, we will. Will you do
Yeah, no, Harmony like dive kick over everything. It's amazing.
It
It's
is.
like the best ever.
Just Belmont's hitboxes are just nuts in that game. It works really well. And then they nerfed it so hard. And then they really nerfed it with Portrait of Ruin, but that's a whole other story. So
You can set Waterway to be in logic without Tig. Most don't, lol. Thanks, Garny.
I know. Yeah, yes, that's in hardcore mode, which is another preset that I designed for someone who has like 3 hours to kill. It's a fun preset you should check out. So no checks in Outer Wall, which is very, very nice to see, because Outer Wall is actually not just that area we were in. It's 3 areas across the top of the castle, 2 of which require Rockwing to actually get into at all, so good that there's nothing there. MP refill, we'll take that. Where do we want to go? Let's check down here first. Let's run through Axe Armors. HP max up, okay. So if I didn't have tackle going into here, I would have saved in a save room close by, and I would be prepared to save split this part of the castle if there was nothing here. However, because we have tackle, we can do the intended route through this part of the area. I don't have to backtrack for 5 minutes by not having that. Run through things, pick up that. Okay, I don't have kick boots yet, so I can't check that right side. Once you have kick boots, that check on the right side up a area that requires either rock wing for flight or kick boots for just wall climbing is useful, because how Countdown considers area divisions in this game is not how the average normal person would consider area divisions. There are some weird bits, and that corridor off to the side there that requires kick boots is actually considered to be part of a different area, so we can get a peek into what the Countdown counter is if we can get up there. Budget death. Yes, Fuse?
The countdown is based off of how the game actually considers it, because it has like it looks up the room with like index of what area you're in to get a list of rooms, and then index of what room to look it up. So that's how the game considers it, which is what we just kind of ended up going with.
Yeah, I mean, it works, and I made a nice map of it, so now I understand it properly. So budget death, necromancer, I'll just cut in. Wants to challenge Nathan. With our axes and our strength rings, necromancer is not going to last very long. And there we go.
So now that budget death is dead, can I give you a donation?
You can give me a donation, yes.
All right, so we have $40 from Smilefire saying, "I'm here to support a worthy cause and also make Barracks fight double chaos."
Beautiful. Barracks, you ready?
That's just what I wanted, Smile.
Yeah, hardcore Gradius, let's go.
I also will slip in real quick and say that every $100 that we get donated during my hosting block, I will put on one of my hats. I want to wear all 12 of my hats. Y'all donate. I want hats. Make me wear hats. My head is naked right now. That's a shame.
Hat man.
So I'm just going to jump back in now and just say that the Necromancer dropped a Sage robe, and that's the best robe in the game. So with this gear, we can go fight Dracula. In terms of actually equipment, we're set for endgame at this point. I'm going to open up the warp room that's right by the ceremonial room where we started the game. That's the door we want to go through once we have 2 more keys. I'm just going to go do one more check that's not up there, it's on the other side. That requires tackle that I forgot to do 2 minutes ago, because I was busy commentating. So now, because we have 585 intelligence, we can just run indefinitely, which is going to make this quite a bit faster.
I wonder why they made the numbers so large in this game.
I don't know, but it's very satisfying to look at. You like sliding through enemies for 1700 damage, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a bit of an exponential curve, which differs from the other games after it.
That's true. Also, the XP curve in this game is exponential, which I hate, because once you're like level 60, it takes like 600,000 experience to level up, so it's ridiculous. So now that we have tackle, I'm going to go into Clock Tower, and start clearing Clock Tower. Machine Tower, I should say.
Yeah, very different things, you know.
I know, very distinctly different things. Yes, this game, which has 2 things that, or how many areas involve the word underground, and then there's like 3 with tower, and it's like, yeah, very creative naming scheme here.
Underground cemetery, underground reservoir.
Okay, true. Arya did it as well. Harmony's the only one with really creative area names.
I come with questions from chat. Is athlete HP up considered in logic without Rockwing?
Athlete HP up considered? Yeah, because you can get in there with kick boots. There's like 2 out of logic checks that I might end up doing depending on what we find. I'm just trying to wait for these to be in sync. These platforms are not having a good time today. Thank you.
And
Yeah,
Dark
if there's a check that requires Rockwing, you'll know, because it will be a very wide vertical shaft. Because if you can kick boots up it, then obviously you can.
Favorite certain character. Darkman asks, "Hey Muller, you wanted to avoid underground waterway, right? But what about all bosses?"
Oh boy, if I find Rockwing, I can just enter underground waterway from the right side and fight Camilla immediately. There. All bosses. The main concern of all bosses is that I have to do. I want my axe, so I'm going to yeet myself into the pit to grab that. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Knockback and circle is the one part of this game that is not my favorite in the world. you get bodied very hard. Missed that, so we're just gonna sit here and wait. No, the worst part of all bosses is going to be doing Underground Warehouse, which is where Death is located, because that requires a lot of push box puzzles, and yeah,
Just buffer them.
Fuse is familiar with push boxes a little bit from Harmony. Harmony made it much easier to do push box puzzles because they move way faster in that game. Also, Juiced Belmont is just so much of a Chad that he can just push a box without actually needing a special item to make him strong enough to do it.
Okay, but how does something called Heavy Ring make you stronger?
I don't know. It makes you more dense. So you can enact more force upon an object. I don't know. I'm not a physicist. It's true.
Hey, Malaire,
Hi.
you want to fight all those bosses?
Oh no, here we go.
Dark Moon EX donated $80, saying, "Fight the bosses in Circle of the Moon." Thank you, Dark Moon.
Thank you.
Well, thank you,
Charity.
Darkman.
Okay, so still have 3 checks in here. Yeah, I'll be hitting Iron Golem at the top of Machine Tower. I'm so used to. I've been playing a lot of Aria lately, so I've just called everything Clock Tower at this point. And there's one other Castlevania game that actually calls it a Machine Tower, and that is one of the best Castlevania games, to be fair. So.
Yo, Vampire Killer?
No, Curse of Darkness. Shush. We love our PlayStation 2 Castlevanias. They're good games.
Also, the very helpful folks in Discord reminded me, or made me notice that sneaking in under Dark Moon's donation is a $20 donation from RHK, saying $20 to Runner's Choice while playing a game so many AA batteries died to during my childhood. So thank you, Demon.
Runner's Choice. I'm putting that towards Stat Rando for Barracks. Please, thank you.
Alright, so that will bring Stat Rando up to $20, and Double Chaos Final Fight is met on that already, so there you go.
That Chaos better not be plus H, plus attack.
If it is, I will lose my mind.
It'll just be plus defense resist sword.
No,
no,
that'll be it. And there'll be an Excalibur, but it will be like on Forbidden or something.
I don't suggest.
Try and get up.
Well, there's also a question that I meant to ask, but forgot to.
Yeah.
Let me find it. I need to scroll up Twitch. Thorn Mail Girl isn't even in that room. That was 9 minutes ago, but I assume it's speaking about the Iron Maidens. And if I read the preset correctly, those have been removed.
Correct. That is a setting we can enable that breaks all the Iron Maidens early, which means that if you're not fighting all bosses, you don't have to technically face a Dremelech in progression. Which also probably means you can go to Waterway earlier, but that's not going to matter, so... I'm just hoping I find Rockwing soon, so I don't have to do Underground Waterway.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. This has been a very dry Machine Tower. Haven't even found a single check.
I mean, it's good, you know. Machinery shouldn't get wet, like rust over or something.
Oh, Barracks! Oh my god. Oh.
I don't want to agree to this.
Don't have kick boots, I forget that. I'm going around again. Something that modern players sometimes critique about this game is the fact that 90% of the castle is vertical. And I will agree to that. It is sometimes irritating to do all this platforming when your aerial movement is not very flexible in this game, let's just say. But we make it work. I mean, that's what happens when you have a game that has 3 areas called Tower, so...
You really just missed that breakable wall.
Yeah, I really did, yes. Despite having hit it like 100 times. Okay,
How many
Iron
breakable
Golem.
rooms are there in this game again?
A lot, I have not counted.
Wow. Don't have the trivia.
Garny, bless us with your knowledge, please. Thank you. I could probably just look at my map and figure it out. Okay. Soldier Fatigues from Iron Golem, which is the best strength boosting equipment item. So yeah, we are very stacked for Dracula and later bosses. Also, Hugh's getting mad at us because we're apparently in his way and destroying everything before he can. Which I guess just, I don't know, be better at the game, Hugh. Okay, kick boots, nice. That lets us do some more checks on the way out. And some more checks elsewhere, including the right side of Audience Hall. There's one check that I can do with this item on the way out. And it means going all the way back down and going out this way instead of the other way. But the other way doesn't have checks, so this is fine. Actually, there's 2 checks. One's right here on the left. But I forget.
I thought you were so smart taking.
I
on
don't
the
forget things with
red
circle.
guy.
My
No,
brain just
no,
temporarily
no.
turns off.
You were jumping over the red shade, and then you took knockback to land on the platform. I was like, that's amazing, and then you turned around to go the other way.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah, we'll just play that off. It's a bit late for that, though.
Speedrun tech,
Indeed.
RNG manipulation to find a
Circle.
mastery
That's one
right
thing
here.
Circle doesn't have. Like, legitimately, that's one thing that... this game was developed by the same team that did the Castlevania games on the N64, and before that makes you scared. They actually did a really good job of making it a foolproof game in terms of how well it's built. There's very few glitches in it that are at least easy for a normal human being to do. I need to do that one check that's up here. I fell too far. Shush. Then, like, yeah, the card swap glitch is the most offensive one.
Yeah.
But there's other stuff. Most of the other glitches are either frame perfect, pixel perfect, or double frame perfect, or triple frame perfect, so that's solid. The RNG changes in this game happen, Fuse probably knows, happen every frame.
Yeah,
And
both Circle and Harmony have every frame RNG change.
Mm-hmm.
Functional video games. What's it like? You get dive kicks and working RNG.
Yep. You also get that in Order of Ecclesia, which is another very based game.
Anyways. Based on what? Asks Smilefires.
Based on Albus, that's what it's based on. The bloody like sniped off these platforms. Okay, there we
Oh yeah,
go.
I think the last setting we haven't talked about. The sub weapons got buffed.
Called it. Rockwing, let's go.
Yo!
Okay, this solves a lot of problems.
I don't know how much the sub weapons got buffed by, but it means they're like comparable to Cross.
Yeah, Cross
Somewhat
is normally the clean sweep for best sub-weapon in this game, but with other things buffed, they become a lot more viable.
I love how Rockwing looks in this game.
I know.
It's such a clean anime.
A nice sound effect, too.
It's got just enough frames, unlike Nathan's running it. The most popular piece of Circle trivia, who has more frames in his running animation than, right?
Yeah, Hugh has more running frames than Nathan. Hugh's run is 6 frames, and Nathan's is 3 unique frames that are put together in a sequence of 4, but we take the wins where we can get them. I mean, what? I'd say that these 3 frames look better than Just Belmont's run. I mean, come on. 6 frames, but they're put together in the most awkward way possible.
Have you ever seen Juice Belmont's run?
No, because no one in their right mind will hold right in that game and not press the trigger button. Okay, no checks in outer walls, so I don't have to Rockwing here. I do have to Rockwing on this right side. Oh, there we go. Check up here. Not that one. Also, unlike Soma Cruz, when Nathan hits a ceiling, he actually lands on his feet on the ceiling. Soma somehow doesn't break his neck. I have no idea how.
He hits his spine on it. He like tucks. It's like a roll, but he doesn't finish a roll.
And Julius Belmont just uppercuts the ceiling because he can, basically.
Maybe it's the power of dominance that keeps Soma from just killing himself.
True. So we got 2 checks in Chapel Tower, which is where this area is considered part of. Killing all the skeleton athletes to see if I can get something cool. Second key. Okay, cool.
One more.
One more, and then I just have to fight all the bosses. Yay. I don't need to go this way. I need to go back up here. Because I need to hit a warp room and go somewhere else. And I am actually going to, if I get my 3 keys before I have cleared all the bosses, what I am going to do is, because they built this game in a very interesting way, is I am going to go beat the first phase of Dracula, because after the first phase of Dracula you get a bunch of experience, a bunch of levels, and then you're allowed to go do literally anything else. So, why not get the XP and come back later? So right now we're gonna head over to the Eternal Corridor. Which is
I
up here.
remember I asked last night, and apparently the answer is 2,000 plus.
Yeah,
I don't know how much I trust that because it has a plus, so it's like, what is that range?
I don't know.
I remember in any percent, isn't it like 23 levels?
It depends on what region you're playing on.
I forgot about that.
It's like a 2-level difference depending on if you're playing on North American or Japanese. That's one of the few outside of language differences in this game is the XP curve is slightly different. I don't know if Fuse knows anything about that.
No, I don't really know that much. I know that I've looked up where the actual experience amounts are in the game such that they could be modified if I wanted to, but I never did anything with that.
Alright, let's want to check. Tap that warp room. We got 107 axes, we got some of the best strength gear. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to save... I shouldn't save here, I should save down there. I'm going to go fight Camilla next, just because I can, basically. Go down one more. Here we go. Down here, all the way at the bottom. I never go through there. Normally you would come out of underground waterway through this way. Also, I should be doing checks while I'm here.
Everyone loves Bone Float Room.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun trick, don't get me wrong. I apologize for anyone that has motion sickness whenever I do Rockwing, because that probably doesn't look very nice, the background doing that.
So what's the tell for that breakable wall?
Well, every breakable wall actually does have a tell on it, but if you're paying attention, I have no idea how you would ever see that. So, the tell is have Jupiter plus Mercury. I think no, not Jupiter, Mercury. One there is a DSS. There's a few DSS combos that give you like AOE attack shields, and you can just use those, and those will break walls. That's how I found 90% of them when I was a kid, playing this game. So. Well, I will not be using any of those because those are useless combos when you're playing in a randomizer.
I was amazed at how many breakable walls there actually were when like the randomizer was starting to be made, and like I was seeing all the different locations.
So after scrolling through a 15-minute conversation with Camilla, we get to fight Camilla. Do I have any DSS combinations that... I suppose Defense Plus could help, because I'm... This is probably the scariest boss in the game, honestly, so... have to deal with, especially at low level. But thankfully I have some of the best strength gear possible. Also, I am going to switch to my soldier fatigues, because that'll give me a bit more attack power. Unless that was actually doing more, because... no, okay, it does do more. Okay, cool. Those bubbles are the worst part, and I cannot get out of the way of that in time. So yeah, Camilla just has a few attacks outside of just flying around the room, shooting orbs everywhere, and hitting me with lightning that for some reason I can't dodge today. She has that beam attack, and she has the air slash kind of attack, so I'm just going to throw a bunch of axes, try and hit her.
Back slash. Air slash.
I can hear that. Double spinning edge.
Wrong game.
Wrong game. Fine. I don't play Xenoblade, that's your thing.
Demon
Oh,
Fang.
double
Double
hit.
Demon Fang.
Exactly.
There we go. Okay.
Nice.
We'll get a bunch of levels from that. I didn't realize how close to death I actually was. Good thing I saved.
Now, one interesting thing about this game is that level ups always come one at a time.
Yes.
So, while in other games, like REI, I know in the speedrun route, there's some very technical routing to try and get multiple level ups at once, because it saves frames. In this game, it's like, alright, kill whatever, you'll get the same amount of level ups. It literally does not matter, because you're going to see the same amount of animations.
Yes, and Harmony as well puts level ups one after the other, correct, Fuse?
No, it does them all at the same time.
Really? Okay, so it's just when we're doing level up stacking on, like, armor and stuff that you actually see them in
Yeah, like
sequence then?
Talos, you'll see a bunch of level ups sometimes, but that's
Okay.
because it's registering as you killing it and giving you the full amount of experience from killing it that many times.
I see, okay. Consider me corrected. That's why I asked the professional in the call. But yeah, no, Circle, when you're playing any percent in Circle, it's laughable that the level ups actually take longer than the run itself, because you go to Dracula immediately via a zip, and you end up killing him instantly, and then you just get level ups for like a full minute, and then you teleport into Dracula 2 and kill Dracula 2 instantly. It's very amusing to watch.
Funniest thing.
It's also kind of surprising that they would worry about processing them one at a time like that too, because if I recall correctly, it actually recalculates your stats from your level every frame throughout the game. So it doesn't
Really?
actually need to like change your stats for each level. It could just set your level and your stats would just go up appropriately.
Interesting.
Sniped by these swords. There's one check in Chapel Tower. There's a concerning probability that I will not be able to obtain it because it could be heavy ring locked. I should do this check first.
Now, why didn't you put complete battle arena as an incentive?
Because no one in the right mind does that. You want a 3-hour estimate? Sure, go for it. But no, I'm not doing that in a rando, thank you. I could have turned on Fuse's lovely patch that disables the MP drain in Battle Arena, but no, it's not fun, so...
Okay, at least that breakable wall is kind of obvious. Like, what else are you gonna do up there?
Yeah, true. Going to clear my curse status. Curse does something different in all 3 of the GBA Vanias. In Circle, it's like in Soten, where it... Or Soten is Symphony of the Night, for those who are unfamiliar with Castlevania's short forms.
We're gonna be seeing it later this marathon.
True.
2 days.
Indeed. Where if you're cursed in Circle / Soten, you won't be able to attack anything. You can still use your abilities and stuff, but sub-weapons and weapons are off the table. When you're cursed in Harmony, which we'll hopefully not see because that is scary when it happens, you get really slowed down, and that is never something you want to have happen in Harmony. It's like you get wake-up call as to how slow the game is without dashing. Also, you see that slight, yeah, that pattern on the wall. That's a breakable wall that you would definitely find.
I think I did see it for like 2 frames when you
Yeah, there's like 6 pixels difference in the sprite. But no, I mean, this is the only Castlevania game that has breakable walls actually immediately noticeable in terms of their design. In everything else, they had to give you an ability like Peeping Eye, or Eye of Decay, or the Fairy Familiar.
The breakable walls here are also like handled very differently than the other 2 GBA ones, because like in Harmony and Aria, they're like an overlay entity which is like spawned over top of the hole in the wall, which like covers up the hole until you break it. Whereas like Harmony like has like a broken wall entity which like spawns over top of solid geometry. Just kind of like creates like a collision exception or something, which is kind of weird.
That makes sense why sometimes if a room gets overloaded in Aria, the walls just despawn. It's like, oh, I can go through here. And then you re-enter the room and you're standing inside of a wall. Hugh, are you okay?
Yeah, a man gets bodied through a door, yeah. Ugh. It's like, well, I guess I'm just gonna leave him there and go fight this massive goat in the wall. I'm gonna throw like 10 crosses at it, it's gonna die because I'm stupidly powerful at this point. Yeah, there we go.
Crosses.
10 axes, yeah, I can't speak. Sorry. With crosses, it would take like 3, let's be real. It will hit him 5 times per cross.
They're a bit busted.
So, okay, so notice I used only axes on that boss. I used nothing else. So Hugh is going to be even more mad now. Who asked for your help? He's going to point at me. I don't think you defeated it. It was the power of that whip. Yeah, the whip I didn't use in that fight. Yeah, sure, okay. The man is salty that his dad didn't give him the whip himself, even though he was his own son, and he instead gave it to a family friend. He's like, but why not me, father? Why did you give it to the other guy? That's Hugh's whole problem.
I love the Hunter whip from the Castlevania series given to the Baldwin family.
Yeah, given to the Graves family by the Baldwins. Okay, I can't go there yet because I still don't have Heavy Ring.
Can't believe I didn't know the Circle of the Moon were.
I know.
Disappointed in myself. It was all just your special ropes as cherubim.
I cleared that check. Okay, cool. So now I have to backtrack out of here, and then we'll be going to Underground Gallery to go fight one of the most notorious bosses in the game. Everyone's favorite zombie dragons. The 2v1 fight that you have to do. Which will not be a problem with this gear, but it can get out of hand pretty quick if you don't know the patterns. Slide, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna save. So we will have to, after this, this observation tower is still gonna be a bit of a concerning problem, but the fact that we don't have Heavy Ring yet. Heavy Ring in vanilla, this would be where you would come after Chapel Tower. Also, shouts to Aquarius, one of the best songs on this soundtrack. Do the first check here on this platform. Ride it over to the
Everything in
right.
This game is one of the best songs in the soundtrack. Yo, is that a Heart Max?
That is indeed a heart max, and that is a heart mega. Which gives me a
Oh,
lot of heart restoration. I can't do that check yet. No heavy ring.
just impossible to push boxes without it.
I know. There's a DSS card that I want. Thank you. Can I get the DSS card? Yeah. Unicorn. Okay, that's nice. If we find Mars, that is Holy Sword, which is a very nice combo for Dracula. What is this game? Why is this game allowed? Damage boost me in the other direction, please. Thank you. I'm so used to not having Rockwing, so then all of a sudden I have Rockwing, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to use Rockwing for everything, and then all of a sudden I don't know how to do any of the movement. In most of the time when you're playing a Circle Rando, you won't find Rockwing, because it opens up so much of the castle. Typically, you'll be in go mode before you even find it. We're coming up on Worst Room, by the way, which should hopefully not be a problem, because I have lots of levels. But Worst Room is coming up shortly.
Every game needs a worst room.
It does. Every game needs a Worst Room. Something that's just definitively bad. And Worst Room is a lot more scary when you're doing a speedrun and have very few levels to pad you out with HP and such. These killer bees are probably the worst enemy in Circle, because they fly at you really fast and they poison you on contact, and poison in Circle does kill, unlike most other Castlevania games. Most other ones you'll just be taken down to 1 HP, but no, in Circle it will kill you.
What does
And I've been
poison do in
poisoned.
Harmony?
Fuse, what does poison do in Harmony?
I'm not actually sure.
Because no one ever gets poisoned in Harmony.
Is
I
there
know it.
poison in Harmony? Like, I not even like thinking of how you would get poisoned.
I'm out. Okay.
The
So at this point-
Castlevania wiki has a line that says juiced poisoned by a poison lizard in Harmony.
Oh yeah, you can be poisoned. I think
oh
it
yeah,
just...
you can get hit by those guys.
Yeah, those are an actual enemy that doesn't die instantly, yeah.
Yeah, but you just like jump over them. Like, they kind of push forward and you just hop over them. And I mean, you don't even need double jump to like hop over them with ease.
The wiki page literally just skips over Harmony, and then it mentions it at the end in like the trivia section.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is a thing that exists, yes. Alright, so zombie dragons. Yeah, this is a fight where axe is going to be nice. First attack, you can't avoid, but somehow you can, dropping rocks from the ceiling. This boss normally progresses in a way that when one of the dragons dies, the other one will regain some HP, and then you'll be extending the fight. But if I spread out my damage pretty evenly, I should be able to take them both down at the same time, which skips the second phase. No guarantees on me being able to do that, but that is the optimal strategy.
I thought that was the dragon dying.
Okay, that's one. Gambler armband, so we'd be getting 2 of those. And there we go. Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so we skip that thing getting another 400 HP, and then taking like another
So,
5 seconds
2
to kill.
axes.
Okay, so we are
Yo.
now in go mode, technically. Not in terms of bosses, but in terms of items, we can go to Drax. So we just need to go beeline for Death and Hugh and get this done. Also, there's no more checks in here, so I can just leave. Except I don't have heavy ring, which means I need to backtrack through the whole area. What is this seed? Not there. Down here. And yeah, by the way, this is worst room with the killer bees and the man-eaters. Or, yes. And you can do it cleanly without stopwatch, but it's still very hard. And I'm just going to get through it and then use an antidote to get rid of my poison status. Just take the deboost off of that. King off. If I touch the particles they drop, I do get poisoned, so I don't want to hit that. Okay, so where we're going to go from here, we're going to go back over towards Chapel Tower. We're going to take that warp and use that to get over towards Dracula. And, well, actually, no, we'll just go to Observation Tower first, because Q's a pushover.
Our amazing tracker Smile informs us that poison saps your HP, kind of like being underwater. Also,
True.
thank you, Smile, for tracking.
Thank you, Smile. Where are we now? We're here. Yeah, let's beat track 1 while we're here. This'll take all of 5 seconds.
Let's just go beat the final boss, you know?
The first phase of the final boss.
Sorry.
I'm not stealing my... I'm not cheating my objective. I'm just taking down the first phase for XP. Dracula has a long spiel about darkness in the heart of man, and humans are inherently evil and all that stuff, but Nathan Graves, being the virtuous man he is... Yes, indeed. Okay.
No, this is the only game we're seeing today that actually has like
That actually has
Dracula
proper
speech,
Dracula
right?
in it. Yeah, because in Harmony he's not fully resurrected yet, and Arya,
It's not fully.
well, more like you're playing as him. Yes.
He's fully reincarnated.
True.
Spoilers, by the way, for a 21-year-old game.
20-year-old game in North America, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
21-year-old game in Japan. There's first phase of Dracula. 1, 2, count level ups. 3. Probably gonna be at 10. 4, 5. 5 level ups. Okay.
Nice. So you're like level 27 now? Level 25, I mean?
So Dracula's now going to create a massive portal that goes to some other area, the Dark Realm or something, I don't know. And that's for the final bosses. We're not going there yet, obviously. We still have 2 more bosses to take down. One of which requires us to have Heavy Ring to even get to, and we don't have Heavy Ring yet. So we're going to go to Observation Tower next.
Can I talk about how Hugh is here? He's all nice right now.
Yeah, because in the game's logic, you would have already have defeated Evil Hugh in Observation Tower.
Maybe Hugh took his dad, and he was like, no, he's sick, so he got angry again. And that's the lore. That's why you have to fight him again.
Yep. And we're just going to fly up to Observation Tower. 2 checks. I'm going to have words with the person who rolled this seed later about this, but yeah, no, this is an experience, certainly.
Wow,
Okay,
those
so
walls
there's
are
Heavy
so
Ring,
different.
or else this is cleansing, and I hate everything. Okay, no, that's Heavy Ring. Okay, good. So yeah. Okay, now I actually do want to have words with whoever rolled this seed, because that is dumb. Come on, there we go. Okay, I'll take that deboost. Thank you.
Nice.
Definitely intentional. And because I never come here during randos, because whoever would, having a moment, figuring out what I should be doing. Save room on the right, if I can get to it, will restore my HP.
This is a good song.
Nice. Yeah, Vampire Killer is always good. Go through here. Delahan Corridor. Do I want to just deboost everything? Not really, but it just kind of is what's going to happen because these hitboxes are weird.
That's a hitbox.
I mean, I don't think they're as bad as Arya hitboxes, unless Fuse can you build us a tool that lets us see all the hitboxes in circle, please? Thank you. I need that experience of seeing that everything is rectangles in this one as well.
The army hitboxes aren't that bad. I should make sure I have that script installed. That'd be funny.
I'm going to quote that back to you later when you get hit by Chaos 1 times 2 and get annihilated. So.
Oh, I forgot that was on.
Yes. Oh, that's going to be fun. To watch.
Thanks for the clarification. I was almost worried I was gonna have fun.
Hey, at least it's on the max, Rando.
True, true.
Okay, so now we're gonna fight Hugh. Who is actually pretty dangerous, but... Nathan, you finally arrived. Yeah, I just saw you 2 minutes ago. What are you doing? I am superior! Hugh on copium right now. This is that point where I would like to have nice DSS combinations, but I don't have nice DSS combinations.
You could raise your defense by 25%.
I could do that, yes. Unicorn... I don't want to do that. We'll do this one. So crosses would be nice. Am I just going to do the strat now? Just doing that one, okay.
I cast Venus plus Serpent and X's summon a defense boost. I tap 22 hearts and summon a axe with my new mana.
So Hugh is pretty easily manipulatable because whenever you get close to him, he wants to do that short-range sword slash. So if you just stay close and then hit him and then run slightly farther away, he'll just kind of get stuck there. That's how all bosses tries to do it, with Big Bones as well, off of the skeleton transformation. So we're just going to do a modified version of that. Also, that attack is scary.
I've never seen that attack before.
That attack, whenever I get hit by any of those swords, he regains HP. That's the scary part about it. Also, he's doubled his sub-weapons as though he has one of my DSS cards that allows me to do that.
You stole your cards from the discard pile.
That's true.
This is just Julius.
This is Julius, but actually more interesting. No.
Take them back!
No, I mean, both fights have same... Hugh's biggest problem is that if I need to go heal, I can just hide here. That's the biggest problem with Hugh. Ow.
Does he not spawn those swords if you're hiding?
No, he still does that, and those can come after you, but, I mean, it's not that much of a problem. We got a defense armband off of Hugh. I'm all right now. Okay, so now we've knocked sense back into him, again. And we can see whatever is behind Hugh, it's probably just a max-up item. And then we can go head off to go destroy Death in the warehouse. Like Julius, Hugh is just gonna disappear when we re-enter this room. Yeah, he's
He
gone.
just sits there and then he goes off to do other things.
Yep. Okay, so thankfully we can get out of here pretty quickly. Hi, Devil. Goodbye, Devil. That is probably the most dangerous enemy in the whole game, that Devil there. But no, we're just gonna peace out and we're gonna go head off back here. I go head to Underground Warehouse, which is connected to Triumph Hallway, which we saw like 10 minutes into the seed. And go down from here.
Yo, the power to push a box.
I know, it's so cool.
I wish every Castlevania required an ability to push boxes.
So the only items that can be left on my tracker are either cards or the remaining 2 keys that we can find, so I might consider doing some checks just for the sake of, is there any DSS power that I can grab that could actually help me? Like,
This
Mars would be
cleansing on
really
the
nice to
tracker.
see.
Would cleansing be left?
Cleansing would be left. Cleansing is one of these 3 items.
Mm.
I hate that. The very idea of that is awful to me. So that right there is why you need both tackle and heavy ring to get into this area. I'm just going to damage boost through most things to get
Is
through
that the
here.
box puzzle where there's like a frame perfect trick to get under it?
Triple frame perfect trick. Which is why, for the longest time, you were allowed to, when you were playing on Castlevania Advance Collection, allowed to do a trick where you could frame advance through the game's menu, which we are currently in the process of reconsidering if that should be allowed or not. But, you know, it's a triple frame perfect trick to drop a box off the edge of this platform, activate a DSS combination while standing on the box as it falls, and then it just zips you to the right through the gap. And that saves a lot of time on each of these puzzles, but no, I'm not doing a triple frame perfect trick. I'm not a Maxim runner in Harmony of Dissonance, thank you.
Aren't you though?
No, not anymore, not for like 2 years. And I never went for those strats. No, that game is something else. So yeah, in short, the reason why you don't want to go to underground waterways is because it's dangerous. The reason why you don't want to go to underground warehouse is because it's slow. The speedrunner's worst nightmare.
Hey,
So-
you wanna guess who we have in chat? Whose flight just landed?
Mr. Amadeus J, perhaps?
You are so right.
Hi. Amadeus J rolled this seat. I'm gonna have to have stern words with him later because of the placement of Heavy Ring. This is just unacceptable. Garni Texas, Amadeus J, me, Halgorithim we need to get in here. That's the one other person. And then we have the whole circle community. Unless Halgorithim... No, he's not here. SMH my head.
Okay, that hurts but true, says Garni.
Did I not say Garni?
No,
Garni's one of my
just
inspirations
'cause
for
there's
playing in
3
this game,
people-
dude.
Just because there's 3 people in the community.
Oh, that's true. I've also got
Those-
Darrenville and Spooky and Devanch who made this randomizer as well.
Bobby's done runs.
It's true.
But not,
Luicho's
not
done runs despite hating this game.
Yeah, people play this game. Just
Yeah.
just not the randomizer.
That's true. That's just me and Amadeus J. We just do secret races sometimes. So I'm coming into this fight with about 4 axes. Thankfully, Death is not going to be have much meat on him if I can hit him with a few.
I forgot what this boss looked like.
It's basically Soten, but more balanced in terms of what this death fight is. Now, weird crab
Harmony
abomination.
boss.
This is the part where I would actually like to have a DSS combination that does something for me. Unfortunately, Neptune does nothing because it just resists certain types of damage. What do I want to do? Let's just do the defense up. Also, we have no backdash. That's my biggest problem with this game is the fact that there's no backdash ability. If this game had backdash, it would honestly be one of my favorite Castlevanias.
Is it not already one of your favorite Castlevanias?
As a randomizer, yes. In vanilla, less so, because Vanilla Circle is just grinding the game, basically.
That was a hitbox.
Indeed. Okay, that's death down, so all of our boss objectives are done. So, now we can go to Dracula. Finally.
Again.
Yes, final Dracula. I need to grind hearts before I go there, though, because I need to have A lot of axes, given my current DSS situation, lets me do literally nothing. Amadeus, did you even vet this seat?
So are there only 2 types of sub-weapons? And that's why you can't get crosses?
No, I have unlimited. I could find all the sub-weapons, but I honestly like axe more for Rando, which is a very controversial opinion. Because axe is probably the second best in general, but like for general utility, having the vertical hitbox of a weapon that can go above in this game that is vertical 95% of the time is very useful, and it's also very useful for Dracula when we get there.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Dracula 2 is a time.
Yes, so I'm just going to grind hearts, then we're going to go save, and then we're going to fight Final Drac.
Amadeus says, I need to check the routing you did! I vetted this!
Okay, well, to be fair, Amadeus, I've had to fight all bosses because of a donation incentive, but at the same time, there are no DSS cards in this seed that are good. Why have you done this to me?
There's gonna be like Jupiter Thunderbird somewhere.
Uranus Thunderbird.
Uranus Thunderbird.
Also, I can actually do the last check in audience hall now, now that I have heavy rain.
It's gonna be Thunderbird.
If it was Mars, that would be a game changer. Because that gives me
That's why
Holy
it's not
Sword.
gonna be Mars. Oh, this seed is horrid for all bosses.
Yeah.
LMAO.
Well, we've made it work, thankfully, because I found strength rings like 5 minutes in, so...
Mind
fact-
if I jump in while y'all are doing
Sure.
some heart grinding?
Yeah, absolutely, go for it.
All right, for everybody who just joined us, we are the Final Fantasy Randomizer community. This is the FF Rando Marathon 2023 Summer Edition, raising money for the Liam Foundation, LGBTQIA+ organization out of Rockford, Illinois, whose mission is to encourage, assist, heal, and empower the LGBTQIA+ community through respect, advocacy, and passionate hearts to promote thriving in society. We are getting very close to our original goal so far. Our original goal is $1,000. Of course, we want to go far beyond that. We're only $163 away, and every $100 we get donated during this block means I put on an extra hat, which you can see the picture of me wearing Uncle Sam there on the overlay. I want as many of my 12 hats on my head as possible by the time we finish this block with the Castlevania block and Mystic Quest. So get those donations in. We've still got incentives for Aria of Sorrow to meet. We've still got incentives for the Mystic Quest randomizer to meet. And we've got incentives that we could go ahead and get started for tomorrow. So y'all get those donations in. Make sure to mention your incentives when you donate, and everything will be nice and kosher.
Right. Here we go, final boss. I remembered we have heart restoration items, so I figured I didn't need to grind any more than 96. Okay, Dracula 2. He's going for lasers first, which is exactly what we want to see. I'm going to put on my Soldier Fatigues, which will give you 767 strength, which will be doing 91 per axe, which means we might one cycle phase 1. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know.
Dracula
Nope.
2 phase 1.
That's true. Because Dracula 2 has 2 phases. Okay, now we're doing meteors. Do I have Neptune? Question mark? Is this the right combination to resist? Nope. Okay, it's not. It needs to be Neptune. It needs to be the other. It needs to be rock resistance, not earth resistance. I can never remember which one it is to stop the meteors. Okay, but that did basically no damage to us, so we're fine. Okay, so now we're in the second part where Dracula starts charging at us, and despite my best gear, that charge attack is still probably going to do about 400 damage per hit, so I really don't want to be hit by that. So we're going to use Rockwing to avoid it, and then when Dracula goes into his next attack, I'm just going to up my defense. Actually, which
It's
defense
so
goes higher?
powerful. When he goes and Rockwings into this literal, like, infinite void ceiling, he's like, I'll
1171.
just stand on this.
Which gives me higher defense. That one does. Okay, cool. Then the eye comes around, and that is what we have to hit to take him out. This is probably going to be like a 4 cycle, maybe, depending on the damage we can do per cycle. The bats that he spawns and throws at you are very annoying to have to fight through when you have no DSS combinations to deal with them. Get ready on time, by the way, because this is going to end pretty soon. Time ends when Dracula dies and then dissolves in the middle of the screen, basically. Above, yes he is. Time.
Nice. GG. Quick, pick up the armor.
No shitting armor for me. And that is the Castlevania Circle of the Moon Randomizer, all bosses. Definitely check it out. I do recommend it. If you like Circle of the Moon, you like Castlevania, definitely check that randomizer out. It's the last randomizer that was actually developed for 2D Castlevania games of the Metroidvania type, if I recall correctly, Fuse.
Yes, it was, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, whenever we want to switch over to Fuse doing Harmony, we can.
All right,
Pass
GG, Malert. Good job.
Oh no. Sorry. Don't touch anything. Let's put it back.
Apologies, everybody. We are switching over to the next randomizer run, and there we go. We got it all taken care of and synced up. So get ready for Harmony of Dissonance, everybody. And let's keep on getting those donations in.
All right, so I start right now, basically, or all right. Loading to the screen now. So 3, 2, 1, start. All right, so this is Harmony of Dissonance, the second one of the GBA Castlevanias. This is on what is kind of typically become the most played race settings, which is like double area rando, which this game has sort of a like light castle, dark castle sort of thing going on. So double area rando is both castles are connected differently in regards to the area connections. So this is very confusing game to try to route. So we do have a countdown on here where it counts the progression items, which you can see that next to the health bar. So we have no major items here at all, but we're starting out, we're like looking for some equipment mainly because there's no majors. Ideally we want like a cross at this point. The Bible is pretty decent too. Actually, I'm gonna take this armor down here. So this is on a major minor split as well. Because a full rando for this game would be about 250 locations to check. With a major minor split, it brings it down to about 75. So our first area connection here is this would normally go to the back end of this area. So this is almost vanilla, but it's flipped around. There's only 3 locations that could have major items here, and they all have something apparently. I do want to just go back and save up at the top to begin with. You're going to notice a lot of what looks like overjumping at the start here, because this has sort of a weird jump mechanic where the first half of the height of your jump, you can have full control over the height of your jump, but if you surpass half of the max height, you're locked into the full height of your jump. We'll have a lot better movement once we get double jump, but for now we're just kind of stuck over jumping things. So it's really important to get to the save point as well, because this game has a interesting save mechanic where you can, once you've saved, you can save anytime on the menu. And it'll lock in your progress, and if you actually try to load that save though, it'll load you back to where you saved from. So you can use that for like long distance warping. You save at a save point that you want to be able to get back to later. Then you go run out and do a check. You save on the pause menu instead, and you can load yourself back to the save point.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful ability to be able to do that. And evidently Iga's team realized this, and for Aria of Sorrow, the most you can save out of your menu is suspending just back to the start of the most recent room, and that only creates a quick save for you.
Still useful, but it's not anywhere as useful as this Harmony feature.
Okay, so we found at the top there was the entrance to caverns, which is one of the worst places to find at the start of, probably the single worst place to find at the start of a Harmony Rando, because there is one check we could do there, but very difficult to fight your way through. It is a late game area, things hit very hard. But fortunately, we can get some stuff over in Shrine, so we're just gonna hope that this lets us get started.
Luicho's in chat, and he's already complimenting you on your whip launches, Fuse.
Yeah, that's a fun mechanic in Harmony as well, where it's got some weird physics with the there we go, there's a cross. In regards to like if you're decelerating while doing a dash, it will then the whip also is just really useful for preserving momentum.
Yeah, so it's both the speedrun tech, which lets you get to places you really shouldn't be able to. It's also just good for moving around faster, and I know in Maxim mode it you can just clip through like any wall you want.
Yeah, you can still clip through walls as Juste Belmont, but it does take a little bit more effort to get enough speed to clip. In Maxim, it's ridiculously easy.
Okay, so we're gonna save here in particular because this is gonna be a pretty dangerous room. We could plausibly take a death here, unfortunately. Okay, or we can just do a damage stack and perfectly one-shot him. That's another very interesting mechanic about this game is when you chain multiple different types of damage types together at the same time, the game doesn't necessarily process them correctly, and sometimes it thinks it has cooldown slots and it doesn't. So it'll apply the damage, it'll go try to set a cooldown spot, and it will not find an open spot, and it will therefore not set a cooldown, and very next frame the same thing happens. So when you combine that together, you can hit every single frame over a short burst, which most of the time does not make things get one shot like that. It more makes tanky enemies more reasonable, but still not free a lot of the time. Until you're fighting like early game enemies late game, then yeah, they kind of become free.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Cross is one of the best for the reason that it's like it lingers so long, so there's a hitbox to stack with.
Yes, and also just stacks with a lot of different things as well, because it depends on the numerical IDs, whether things can stack. Because basically, for those with more technical knowledge, they use bitwise and instead of the logical and. So what works and what doesn't work isn't necessarily going to make sense without understanding that.
Nice.
Also, this dash is really useful for canceling movement, which is something you'll see a lot. You can crouch to stop dashes, just in general dash to break out of whips. And you also notice there's a lot of just updating my tracker, sorry about that. A lot of like alternating whipping, like you'll see me do this.
If you want to hold for a second, the stream broadcast's a bit messed up, so we couldn't see the demonstration there.
Oh, unfortunate. Okay, I'll do that again real quick. Where you get these air whips and ground whips combined, because air whips and ground whips do have different cooldowns. Okay, so we have a green book here, which is basically the best thing we could find for magic attacks. We're going to be using that a lot.
We have Tech asking us to pause for a sec. Oh, wait.
Okay.
It's almost good now. I'm watching it move.
Yeah, the layout that we've got going is very particular, and Discord decided just randomly to cut out part of that for no reason, so we're just fixing that. Okay, we're good. We can continue.
All right.
Now we can demonstrate the whips again.
Oh, wait, that still need to get shown? Okay. But yeah, what I was showing before is just, you do short air whips, and when you land, you can dash to cancel it and then go into ground whips. So you get two different damage types. So the cooldown from the first whip will not apply. Okay, so this is really early slide as well. That's nice. It's not super important on the grand scheme of the whole run, but there's a lot of like one-offs. There is also some places like area transitions that you would need it to get through, but it's mainly like one-off checks. So having that now and not having to like backtrack somewhere because of that is really nice. Okay, so we have another early boss. This is actually what would be the first boss technically, but like you can skip past it if you want to in vanilla and do it later. So this should also go down really fast. We can't really attack it off the start because if you hit it too many times, it like becomes invincible. I tried to stack from too close, so
Yeah, I believe it's 3 attacks while the bat's in the air will cause it to split into a cloud of small bats and gives it a lot of iframes.
Yep. Okay, got one more shot at this before I'm just stuck doing normal damage. Oh, that was not good.
There's a tiny stack in there somewhere, I think.
Yeah, at the end there, but I was way too close.
Still closed it out nicely. So am I correct in saying, Fuse, that sliding is the fastest movement on flat ground and shoulder button dashing is the fastest movement on slants, correct?
That is correct, but not by a significant margin. They're very, very close. So if you are really trying to hyper optimize, that is correct, but for the most part, it just makes no noticeable difference.
Okay.
Okay, so we got this area cleared out here. I'm gonna check the left transition, but this area is one of the 2 fixed warps in the game that will take you between 2 specific locations and cross between castles. So the light castle version of Marble Corridor will always take you into the dark castle version of Castle Treasury. Okay, and this is another entrance to caverns. So this is actually really nice because we found the left side of that earlier. It is a very dangerous place to trek into. I'm almost kind of tempted to just go down and do the witch room check. But I'm going to save that for later for now. Okay, so another thing we picked up, I didn't actually mention when I did pick it up, is hint cards. In the vanilla game, hint cards are mainly just give you hints, with the one exception of hint card 3, which actually unlocks the ability to warp at warp points. The description of the card tells you how to do the warp. But in Rando, like, we figured it'd be better just to always be able to warp. So that was enabled off the start. But instead, the collecting enough hint cards will unlock the ability to change between castles at a warp point. Like the fixed warp points like we just used there, which only connect 2 different points, still always work the same regardless of your hint card count. But once you have hint cards, you can use the other type of warps properly. Okay, so this is like the worst room in the game for like in a like vanilla speed run, which I'm not doing too well at here right now either. But dive kick does make this quite a bit easier.
My god, dive kick is so good.
Okay, so I'm using the wind cross ability here too. This is a very good magic ability. It's a combination of having the cross sub weapon and having the green book equipped, which the speed run like relies on this a lot. And this you can stack with this magic combination.
Have we talked about what we need for go mode?
Yeah, okay, so we need to collect all the Vlad pieces as well as collect MK's bracelet. Then, yeah, the Vlad pieces will let you into the final boss area, and you need MK's bracelet in order to actually get the true ending. So I came up here just to tap this warp real quick. Just to be able to get back here easily. There's another change about the randomizer is on the settings we're on right now. If you've been to a warp room in both the light and dark castle, it will always let you change between castles at that, just as sort of a backtrack prevention sort of deal. It seems that transition here just looped on itself within the area, so that gave us nothing. Okay, so we're going up to check the, there's one more, well, technically 2 more transitions here at the top of Treasury. We got one that we don't know where it goes yet, and up the top, it's always connected to top floor because the vertical area transitions are not randomized.
Are there supposed to be zombies in this room?
Yeah, but if you're like turned around backwards, zombies will not spawn, so kind of a weird optimization. But it's kind of understandable, like which way did I know which area I just checked? Okay, I think it was that one.
Is it perhaps the zombies only spawn in front of you? Maybe. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
exactly.
Okay.
Like, it makes sense why they would do that. It's just very easy to abuse.
Amusingly, that's actually a trend in the Castlevania games, as far back as Dracula X, even, that I'm aware on the Super Nintendo. That things only spawn in front of you.
Okay, so this is actually stacked over here, Sky Chapel B. So we're definitely going to need to head right back there in a minute. I'm going to destroy Minotaur first. Like 6 majors is like on the countdown is like more than there even are locations in most areas.
And just make sure Smile says it was Aqueduct B. The end.
Yeah, I was when I was marking on my notes, I wasn't entirely sure which side of Aqueduct B I went in. I believe it was the right side.
His axe is just floating there.
The
This
pushover
guy
version
should
of
go
Minotaur.
down really fast with the damage axe.
Yo, nice one. Clean.
Very nice.
Okay, so the second hint card there. So we're like halfway to being able to castle change at will.
Remind me, Fuse, how many hint cards there are total that can be found?
There are 6, and we currently need 4 in order to unlock castle warping. So there is at least 4 in logic before it expects you to make use of that, but it does not guarantee there's more than 4 in logic. We already have steel plate. Interesting. Okay, this is still an improvement marginally. This is going to be a very tough boss. So I'm not entirely sure I'm going to win this, but in which case I'll end up back at entrance. But that'll be fine because I want to get the warp room there unlocked. And I can go check caverns as well. Okay, yeah. He hits hard. So we'll need to backtrack to there at some point in the near future, probably.
How much HP does Jeest have at level 1?
Level 1? I don't know. Probably somewhere around like 60 something. I don't know.
Jeez. Just another big difference in these 3 GBA Castlevanias. Because Malaire had
Yeah,
like,
that is there's sort of like a progression there across the GBA Vanias. Like Circle is very, very dependent on levels for like survivability and damage and everything. And then Harmony has like a mix where if you're doing stacks and stuff, especially, like fights are winnable at very low level, like in terms of you doing damage, but level matters a lot in regards to your survivability.
he died 90 damage there, which would be a third of Soma's base health in Aria.
Okay, so I always like to grab a few candles here at the start, because when we make our way to a shop, potions cost 80 gold, and you get on those big candles, you get 400 gold per money bag. So for each cycle of picking up a bag, you can buy 5 potions. Okay, so I believe Caverns was right over here. It's not quite as horrible now that we have double jump. So the main problem with this area is these late game enemies hit very hard, and a lot of them we can just run right past here. But the next room is very difficult to deal with, because these man eaters, if you don't have double jump, you kind of need to kill them to get through.
I will say as well that in my circle run, you could see how much damage I was just tanking and using iframes. Harmony of Dissonance basically has no iframes, so getting hit by something is very scary.
In some cases, it literally has no iframes in your stack.
It's true.
Okay, so this is apparently just a bolt book in here, so
We
are
take
just
those,
gonna
though.
take that and bail out. That is a very nice, that is a nice piece of gear for Magic, though. For a while, there was sort of a split to no out of bounds speed running, where I gotta figure out how to get back to where I need to be for a moment. So we took a warp out of... Yeah, so the only way forward was going through Marble to Treasury. And Marble... to come in from that side. Okay, so we do have to run through Shrine real quick. Which... yeah, connects to the bottom of here, okay. But we are going to hit the shopkeeper along the way, so when we come back up to Legion again, we're going to have healing this time around.
That was a nice launch. Very nice.
Yeah, I like that one, but like you always slam into that guy, which is a little bit of a problem. I guess at this point, like he's not doing enough damage to me anymore that for me to really care, but... Okay, so we're getting close back here to Treasury, because this is only 1 week we can go at this point, so we're kind of stuck. I guess in retrospect, maybe I should have saved up at top floor, but I was over worried about trying to get that warp. A lot of the time there is like major items up there, because there are 2 major checks right at the entrance at top. Yeah, I did do that one. Okay. Yeah, where you loop around to the warp room there's a major item check in the warp room and the room below it as well. There are a bunch of kind of nice set pieces in this game where you get sort of a event situation. This is one of them where you don't want to beat this guy, you want to knock him backwards. Because then he falls and breaks open the passage and we can get to the shop.
And we get to hear the greatest music track.
I was gonna say that.
So really, potions are the only thing we care about at the shop, with the exception of, I believe the clock tower, which you need an item to actually unlock that shop. You can get mana prisms there, which questionably is worth it. Like, it's nice having MP recovery, but on the other hand, it doesn't really recover that much NP.
Shops in Harmony are a bit weird. I mean, Circle, we obviously saw, it doesn't have a shop. Shops in Harmony, there's fixed location ones. There's ones that require you have a specific level or digit in your level number or something. It's like, it's a bit weird.
So yeah, there's like even and odd ones. Another thing that you may have noticed there is I just totally ran through one of those enemies because candles give you iframes if you dash through them.
Don't ask why. We don't know. Or do we know? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's because candles give you iframes.
But we loaded up now with 50 potions in the shop, so we should be good for the game, I hope. We also have Bolt Book now since we picked that up in Caverns, so that'll be really nice for the start of Legion. But we're gonna save up here at the save point, so when we like save and reset, we'll end up back here instead. Or if we die, which is kind of the main reason I'm saving up here. Our gear is still not great for that fight. It's sort of like a little past the midpoint of the game sort of fight normally. We don't have great gear or anything yet, so
Powerful Grand Cross gives nice iframes at the end, unless you need to run a certain distance, but it's very easy to chain on top of enemies if you have enough MP for it.
okay, so we can try some dive kick stacks at this point. They're a little risky. Okay, we got a bit of a stack there, but considering my defense, I'm gonna have to heal every time I screw one up, so.
I think because each one hits for 46, you'll have 3 HP left over after taking 2 hits.
Yeah, I mean these potions aren't refilling my health entirely each, and I have 50 of them, so I'm almost down to 40 now, so we'll be fine. Oh, I thought that one would have worked. There we go. See the number smear.
Very nice.
Axe Armor level 2 is doing Axe Armor level 2 things.
Yeah, if I had more hearts, I could have, like, if you stall long enough, you'll get. Okay, there's Crushed Stone up there. I'll get back to that thought in a moment. If you like delay for about 2 walks forward, he won't turn invincible when you like stack on him. But I kind of ran out of hearts there. I was thinking about doing Bolt Book things, and I changed my mind, and then.
So for the viewers,
okay, so we're getting healed back
sure.
up, and with Crushed Stone, now we can break these walls, which is really nice. There could be something right here.
Fuse, do we have the ability to use Crushed Stone to do stacks or not yet?
Technically yes, but you need the right combination. Like Cross is not going to be useful for that. Like if you had Bolt and Bible, that's the other classic speedrunning one, and just a plain Holy Water sub weapon and Crushed Stone also works pretty well. Okay.
Is that 3 hint cards now?
Yes, it is. Okay, so there's a boss here that I should probably fight, but you know what? I have Wind Cross. We can do this. I was worried about my heart count.
Mind if I sneak in a donation real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we have $20 from, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Nikon78. It says, Wef Jebster, one-hit KO, time spinner, can turn bosses. Go Wef!
That'll be fun for Wef.
Okay, so ideally you want to like one cycle him, but I did not play well enough to do that, so.
Oh, look, it's Curse.
Yeah, you go, okay, let's heal before I die. I need to wait this out before you're able to use magic.
I get the feeling that Juice doesn't understand what's happening. Just give him from asking what so much.
There
Okay, we got that finished. Okay, so the main point of that fight is actually when you find this area in the other castle. Because normally there is a breakable wall in, well, breakable wall in this castle, but in the other castle, there's no breakable wall. It's just walled off entirely. Once you win that fight, you can actually go through.
And in that room, you will find Maxim and a cutscene, and then Maxim will give you an item, and that can be progression.
Okay, so we got, I believe it's just 2 checks here left. That they can have major items. They're both up top here. There is another transition though at the bottom, so there is a chance that we'll be coming back here fairly shortly for that. All right, I do like. Okay, big mana prism's really nice, especially for the final fights. Like you run out MP, it actually recovers a decent amount. Okay, so I think we still need to actually fight these guys because they're going to hit us too hard. Once you get a ways into a seed, you can generally actually just start damage tanking these guys.
Is there a set, like, spacing condition or something where they do that charge up attack, or is it just random?
It definitely has to do with the timing. Because if you wait long enough, so they're like committed to their axe throw, then they won't do it.
So that's another Vlad. We're up to 4 Vlads now.
That is MK's bracelet, actually.
Well, that as well. I was talking about the Ring of Vlad from slightly earlier.
Okay, so this goes to Marble Corridor, but the dark version of Marble. So we were over in the light version before, but we can't actually get through here because we don't have light or skull key yet. So rather than trek all the way back down, we are gonna like save to lock our stuff in and load back to top floor.
I thought I was hallucinating, so I went and checked another video of this game. But you have a custom, like, trail color, right?
Oh yeah, that is a randomizer feature that you can customize your cloak. Normally it's just solid blue, but you can like choose like 2 different parts or just a single color, and you can pick a color and like an effect type.
Looks very cool.
And like if you're doing like a race or something, like you can independently pick your colors, so you can just like customize yourself. Okay, so this is just another entrance to Marble. We can actually get in on this one, so this is, I think, the only area of the game that has exactly one major location. So we know exactly where it is that we need to go to. We're also gonna grab some more hearts real quick. We've kind of been playing this pretty tight after Legion. Okay, so I'm definitely just gonna drop an extra save for this room because this gets a little dangerous. Okay. Okay, and that gives us our 4th hint card. So now we can like change between castles at will at warp points. That opened up a bunch of extra areas. Okay, so I think we found the other side of this area before. Aqueduct B.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so we have no reason to go all the way through it, but there is a crush stone locked entrance at the bottom. So considering we now have crush stone, we should do that. Actually, I want that. We got... Okay, so that's an elemental whip tip, which are... There's better, but we don't actually have a whip tip that boosts our damage before this, so... Crush Stone actually decreases our damage. Okay, so top floor is actually, we have MK's bracelet. So we can take a look up here. Since we have our 4 hint cards, we can warp to Castle A here now as well. So there's actually no majors here apparently, but maybe there'll be some in A. That'll also give us another transition. We've actually not been to Treasury in A at all either, so killing the boss up here will allow us to come down from the top into A. There's like a one-way gate. It has to be opened in top floor A specifically. Okay, so Skull Key was up here, which was the only major. So that will open up. We were messing around in Shrine earlier. We never checked the right side entrance because we couldn't get in. But now we have Skull Key, so we can. The other Skull Key doors are in marble, but it also requires flight to do anything. Okay, so Sky Walkway A which is the Light World one, has nothing in it. So apparently we fought Shadow for nothing. This is a vanilla connection as well. It doesn't have to be, it just got randomized to vanilla. But we got 3 different places we can go if we trek down here. So we're definitely going to do that.
I'm having one of those moments where I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is a really pretty game sometimes. Just some sprites are a little bit off, but these backgrounds are usually quite well put together.
Yeah, they do a pretty nice job with that, and some of the details around them too.
It's a very nice cloud background as well.
I don't think anybody's a fan of the green background in the Dark Castle version of this, though. Okay, so since there's so many different places we can go from here, we're just gonna move our save here so we can explore away, and if it ends up at a dead end, we can just right back here to go check something else entirely. Okay, so I'm starting with a boss devil. It's a little bit annoying because he likes to hang out in the air, and we don't really have good means of attacking him in the air. When did I get steel tip? That's a really nice damage boost. I have some boots to put on as well. No, I don't. We kind of need him to land or come near, but like close to a platform, because then we can hop on the platform and attack him. But okay, that's kind of what we want. Ideally, like not get hit like we did here, but we got a decent stack on him, so
Yeah, for the damage you took versus the damage you dealt, that was a good trade. Very nice.
there we go. There's some boots. Not required at all, but you know, just didn't have anything good to stick in the slot until now, so.
Speaking of required equipment, not on the tracker, but I am noticing we do have night goggles. Will that come into play? Because I don't think we've seen that part of the game yet, have we?
Oh yeah, that's actually very close to where we are now. Well, I did pick up the night goggles not too far back. I'm probably never going to put them on though. You know, the dark room's just not that hard to do, so.
True.
Okay, so clock tower here. 0 majors in here again, so we're just going to kind of run through, get the warp, so that way we can, you know, get to the Castle B version as well. Maybe there'll be something there.
Have we at all seen Skeleton Cave yet, or not? Either of them?
Nope.
So there could be stuff there, you never know.
Maybe there could Castle B stuff there. No, okay.
Yeah, Max Slimer
Okay.
is a massive pushover, especially with combos like these.
I mean, that's sort of a game progression thing, though. If you come here really early and you got no gear, he is most definitely not a pushover.
That's true, yeah.
All right, so Clock Tower is empty in the Dark Castle version as well. But while we're here, we're gonna at least, you know, go through the transition that might lead us somewhere we need to go. We're gonna fight another one of the kind of joke bosses in a moment. There's kind of jacked up versions of something like more normal enemies. Like we just had Max Slimer. We've had a bunch of like normal Slimers around. So now we get Peeping Big.
God, you killed Peeping Eye.
Peeping Big jump scare. No, this game is definitely a nod to Yoshi's Island with how it does its bosses sometimes. Lol, giant version of regular enemy.
So due to him being like up in the air, we can't really do our normal stack types, so we're just sort of... Wow, he's really doing that invincibility attack, isn't he? These dive kick stacks are harder, but not too bad. I've never seen this frequency of him turning invincible.
I was about to say, this is probably the worst pattern I've ever seen from Peeping Big.
One hit away. Okay, so also Clock Tower has a bottom to it that has to be opened up from the bottom side in the Light Castle version. Okay, so this went to entrance. Dark Castle version. Also empty. We kind of got a bit of a weird trend going on here, but I mean, we had a lot of stuff in Sky Chapel, so it does sort of make sense that there isn't as much other stuff around. Okay, so I almost went up there to grab the warp, but it's unnecessary now that I have the hint cards, because I can always warp there. Okay, so this is the dead end of where we turn around here. You have the bottom of entrance going to the bottom of Clock Tower. You know there's nothing, so we just came from Clock Tower. We know there's nothing in here in either castle, and we can't even traverse through here without it being opened up from the bottom of the A side, which we haven't found yet. So we're going to bail back to where we saved in Sky Chapel and check out a different transition. So we could technically put on the night vision goggles here because we do have them, but like...
Yeah, my main point about that earlier was this area is only in logic if you have those goggles, correct?
Correct. Also, the lights like can turn on when you pick up some items, which is
Jank,
vanilla
but
game
we'll take it.
thing that normally vanilla never gives you these items in here, but I guess it has something to do with the pop-up effect that happens. Okay, so we go through here, we find that this just leads to that other entrance in Shrine that I was talking about not too long ago, that as a place we could go to, and now we know that's totally worthless, so fail.
Is everything on Skeleton? I'm calling Skeleton Cave being stacked on one side or something. I don't know what's going on.
All right, so this is the other one of the two fixed warps. So there's always a warp connecting Sky Chapel A to Caverns B. It's kind of the opposite direction you would actually take it in like a vanilla playthrough. And there's apparently nothing here either. Get this marked real quick. Okay, this may be an armor upgrade. Remember exactly what we have now. Yeah, one.
Yeah, nice.
Not bad.
It's nice to be fighting regular level 1 axe armors after the level 2 ones.
Yeah, they don't have that whole invincibility phase. Okay, so we're like kind of hoping we see. Well, no, I guess we're not hoping we see treasury because we can get to treasury with other means at this point. Oh, actually, treasury B is the one we did earlier at the beginning of the game, isn't it? It's A we haven't seen. But Skeleton Cave would be really nice because...
Shrine B has 2.
Okay, so there's finally some stuff. We're finding things. So Shrine, this is a late game area. Probably one of the hardest hitting enemies in the game, which at this point, like level 16, decent armor is probably not going to one-shot us anymore at this point, but we still need to be pretty careful. There's 3 major locations in here. There's 2 on the countdown, so we can only check one of them though, because the other 2 are flight locked. So I'm like throwing down some pretty quick stacks here just to dispatch these guys quickly. Okay, so just a hint card, which we don't care about the 5th or 6th hint card.
Barracks, were you going to say something earlier?
I was just gonna say, it's such a weird enemy to get invincibility. Like, why axe armors?
I don't know.
Why not, like, Devil B or something? Well, I mean, Devil's a boss, I think, but...
Well, no, Devil's a regular enemy too, much to everyone's disappointment because no one likes that one. Also, that's flight locked.
Yeah, well, that's just caverns, which we were just at not very long ago, so... So I guess we're going down, we're fighting Cyclops. So I'm taking the slightly longer way across here by going out to the side just for safety reasons, because these guys do hit very, very hard. Okay, so these jumping bone pillars are actually kind of a glitched enemy in a way, because this, if you actually look at the enemy table itself, they have defense, but the stats end up applying to the stick that they're sitting on, not the actual entity itself. So you actually always one-shot them. Oh, I survived hitting an owl. Cool. So they were most likely intended to be tanky enemies, but somebody screwed up and didn't notice, which is probably why they give a lot of experience in vanilla. Like, there's actually a speedrun category that just sits around and farms them for 5 minutes straight, which is kind of sad. But in Rando, their experience has been nerfed because it was either fix the bug and make them tanky and surprise people, or or just reduce the experience, and we went with that approach.
This is a fun boss.
Yeah, he's a pretty easy one.
Yeah.
But that hammer hits hard.
It does, yes.
It will most likely one-shot me still. Okay, not bad though.
There's
All right,
Skeleton
here's
Cave with
skeleton,
4.
and it's stacked.
Called it.
Well, you did.
And good thing is we have crush stone, so we can get to the warp, which would be really sad if we couldn't full clear this. And then, you know, we go to the, and we couldn't get the warp either, and we had to run through shrine again. But that's not gonna happen. This is, I guess, sort of late early game, so things really aren't a threat here anymore. Oh, there could be something at bullet tip though, which would be unfortunate.
Yeah, yep. Oh.
We got
So
a
there's one
Vlad
Vlad
piece.
Just looking for the eye at this point.
So you can actually just jump right straight through here. Which
What?
doesn't look like you can do that, but you can.
Bruh.
Wow.
There is one further through though, which is actually the reason why this area is like a one-way path, because you can only break it from the bottom.
Coded this game in 2 days.
Okay, so just locking that in real quick first. I mean, that's kind of even silly at this point because this guy's going to go down pretty easy at this point. But ideally, we should be able to one-shot all three of the phases. But I'm inevitably going to screw up the timing at some point. Yeah, it's too early there.
There we go.
Okay. So Ice Book isn't going to help us out at all. Okay, and here's the one that makes this a one-way path. Only the whip will break it. Like, you can't hit it with magic or anything. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, there's Crush Stone. This is actually like the very beginning area, but like you need Crush Stone and Light in order to get between there. This game does have a tendency to like double lock area transitions.
Yeah, in terms of castle layout, it is one of the more confusing and roundabout Castlevanias, and the randomizer definitely takes that to heart sometimes, as you can see.
Oh yeah, it makes for a great routing puzzle.
Definitely. Which is why you have tools like that map that you are connecting locations on.
Okay, so we haven't seen Skeleton Cave in the light version of the castle at all yet. So there might be some things here, there might not be. Regardless, this will take us somewhere that we probably haven't been. I would say at this point, very likely it's going to be Treasury. And this will also allow us to open up the crushed stone locked spot in the dark version of this. So there's apparently nothing here, but we're just going to run through it real fast. So I got really lucky with the order that I did. I checked those transitions from Sky Chapel, because I was getting a little bit worried about exactly how I was going to leave the Sky Chapel area when I'd done the last check the last path, and this turned out to be the perfect place to go, bringing me right to a new save and war point combination. That's one of the probably 2 or 3 best places to have a trek between the save and get back to the warp to teleport out to go try to do checks and retreat back to. Okay, so these are box puzzles, but which like we're not doing because we're going the opposite direction. Like they're not actually too bad. I need to go down for to unlock bullet tip. Okay, so this is another one of those locations where the castles sort of interact with each other. Like there's a solid wall in the dark version of the castle that is impenetrable, but then you come here in the light version and you break it like we just did, and then it's opened up in the dark version as well. So we are probably going to check that fairly shortly. I don't know, depends on how useful this transition is. Okay, so treasury. This is actually vanilla connection, but this is the first time we've been in the light castle version of treasury. So this gives us access to about 3 transitions we haven't seen yet. Okay, apparently 2 of them just connect to each other. So that's not useful. Okay, and top floor, I guess we already knew top floor was thing in terms of count, that is. So we don't have to fight Minotaur. We actually may want to fight Minotaur just for some extra levels. Okay, so this is our first time seeing the light version of Aqueduct. Nothing in it, but there's 2 more places it can connect. So we're getting low enough on transitions. We can kind of start guessing where things go. So we have a left transition and a right transition. So I think going all the way through across has to go to the bottom of Clock Tower. And going to the bottom has to go to the right side of Marble. Those are the only 2 places left. And I don't think we have any reason to care about either of them. So I think we're just going to bail out of there. Go take this hard up and potion and run back to Skeleton Cave. I feel like we have to be getting flight very soon.
Yeah.
I'm kind of running out of locations as to where I can even go.
Randomizer experience of last location in flight.
So.
All right, so we are right about to bullet tip. Okay, floodgate key.
I was tempted to make a prediction that there would be something on death earlier, and I didn't want to do it, but here we are.
I mean, there's two majors still there in caverns, right? So surprising. Okay, so the best way of getting back to caverns. Okay, so yeah, we're going to reset, teleport to the top of it. Well, actually, yes, the top of entrance. That because that connects directly to caverns A. So I don't think we checked the location in the warp room in caverns either, so we'll get lucky and get what we need there as well. If anyone's wondering why I keep whipping while going off edges, whipping is really good for conserving momentum. So I clearly did not time that one correctly, but if you do, you can like go faster longer while falling off the ledge. Okay, so we got a fire book. I mean, we're not going to use that.
Is that every book now? Got
I think so, yeah.
We have wind, fire, ice, thunder, summon. Yeah.
You mean bolt?
Bolt, whatever it is. Why does it's every GVania calls its electric element something different? That's funny. And inconsistent.
Because they all take place in different time periods, so electricity is considered
Defined differently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had to do this to drain the water because otherwise, door to death won't actually open. I am thinking I'm going to do Talos first, though.
You're gonna try for level ups or not?
Oh yeah, I'm always going to try. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but
Is it frame perfect or what is it?
it's just I don't know how many frames it is, but there's like a window of time at the end of that he just hasn't like finished dying yet, that you can just hit him again and again. So no, it's definitely not frame perfect. It's definitely not even close to frame perfect. I have seen a video of somebody getting 19 of that, so like the window is at least that large. I think my personal best was like 16 or 17. This guy hits really hard. I need to be careful. Okay, so it looks like I can almost survive 2 hits without healing, so that's kind of nice. The iframes are short enough that I don't think I'm necessarily going to risk that. So we get 1, 2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
6,
6,
7.
7.
Yo.
Yeah, 7. Okay.
I'll take
So
7.
it's decent, but not great. So yeah, just for people who don't understand that, we registered the kill, was it 7 times? And each of those 7 times gave us the full amount of experience from beating the boss. So that gave us a lot of levels. Not sure exactly what we were at before that, but each one of those was at least a level. It could be more than a level. We can't actually get any of the item checks behind him, though, because they're all flight locked. We don't have flight still. I have a feeling we're going to get flight right here, but...
May not even be
Kinda
behind
running out of
death, it
other
might be just
places.
right here. No, nothing on that check, so it's gotta be death.
All right, so I am not that great at this fight with this gear, unfortunately. People can get good stacks on this.
And even with
I'm
stacks,
not really
it's
one of
still
them.
a pretty scary fight, so...
I'm going to do some usage of this.
You have enough MP for it, so yeah, sure.
Harmony Gaming. Nice chain.
Oh, that was nice right there. He's close enough to the ground. I could just throw down that standard stack.
Nice. And now we ride the Bone Dragon.
Okay, so I didn't get the quick kill on that second phase. Kind of choked the early stacks. If you do that well, you can often just kill him just in the time that he flies across there. Needs to get a better angle. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Fine.
That's flight, which is actually in vanilla location here.
Yep.
All right. So to figure out where we go from here.
Is the seed even randomized?
So I believe it has to be either Skeleton Cave, where we just were a little while ago, because there's a flight lock check over top of the save room,
Yep.
or it is, what's the other spot? Shrine.
Right.
So Shrine is actually really easy to get to from here.
Yeah. And there were
Looking
two
at my
checks that were
map I've
flight
been
locked.
making,
Yeah.
it just connects right up here.
Great. So if you find the eye, that's instant go mode, correct?
I believe so, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we have all the
'Cause it could-
others. We're missing, yeah.
It could be, I'm just pondering if it could be Crush Boots and then take us to somewhere else. I don't know. Or if there's anywhere else we could go
No,
at
because
that point.
neither of those two locations. Oh, did I record this wrong? Did. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait, I'm in A. That's what's going on. I need to change to B. This is fine. This is fine. The other one of these probably is Fresh Boots, though.
I think it's Crush Boots, the eye, and then probably that 6th hint card still floating around somewhere. That's really it at this point.
Is it? I thought that
Or did we find
there's
the
only
6th
2
one?
locations left. Yeah, we got
Yeah,
6
did
hint
find it.
cards.
Okay, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I have the current counts of everything recorded, and we have 2 areas that have 1s on them, and everything else is 0. There it is. That would be go mode.
Nice.
Nice.
It's the middle. Yeah, okay. I never actually. No. Okay, I pushed the button too many times. I never actually got the left side of Treasury Warp, which is a little unusual.
I hope everyone likes the teleport sound.
I've never seen that glitch
Oh.
before. It's like
Wow.
supposed to
Okay.
have a piece in the upper right.
That's a new one.
Amazing.
I'm gonna grab this just for some extra hearts here. I probably don't need it, but oh, come on. All right, so we got steel tip, which is the second best, so okay, so we need to have JB and MK's bracelets on. As for the other item, just gonna take a quick skim around. Yeah, I guess platinum crown's best. All right, we got 3 phases, final fight. Thought I had a medicine jar somewhere. But really not. Guess I don't. Okay.
And Maxim
This
still
is gonna
hits
go
like
a little
truck. Yeah.
low in this case.
Well, that's what the 38 potions are for.
That was some good stacks though. Getting stacks without a medicine jar is really hard.
Whew.
So that went surprisingly well.
Yeah.
Ah, very
no.
nice. I love Dracula stacks.
And this is what I wanted those hearts for. Okay, last phase. We just need to finish this up.
There's a whole pixel between you and that laser beam.
Yeah.
There we
Nice.
go.
GG.
When I pick up the orb, that will be end time. Time.
GG. Very nice.
All right.
I will also note, y'all may not be able to see it on Discord, but the timer for the relay right now is at precisely 2 hours, 36 minutes, right on the dot.
Very nice.
Nice. All right. Unless we have, I guess, any last minute $60 donations, I get to have fun and not play with stat rando. Enemies not one-shotting me randomly? Crazy.
Well, I have not seen said $60 donations yet, but I will let you know if that changes.
Alright, let me go find the seed.
Barracks, you're streaming in 720/30, by the way.
Yes.
Not 720/60, just so you know. Okay.
Yes, this link will take me to this website Discord. You're so right. Double chaos. I clicked the wrong button.
He's stalling for time.
I was trying to download the seed, but I clicked the link again. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
I'm stalling for time.
Yeah, if y'all want to see that stat rando in, $60 to get that filled. It's going to be closing very, very shortly.
Why did I put it in this folder? It's not where it goes.
Also, Barracks, I'm assuming you probably muted your BizHawk, so you'll have to unmute that as well.
I think I did, but I might have to restart streaming or something. Let me know.
I don't have sound on the staircase, so.
Interesting. I do have sound on the staircase, so
Okay, that is strange.
maybe you should get better sound.
I have very high quality headphones and speakers, thank you.
And yet you don't have sound. 1185 date modified. I didn't put it in. I'm so good at this. No, wait. How am I so confused by navigating file manager? Alright, it's in there. Problem solved.
I solved my problem. I just had to crank the volume to 200% on your stream. Now we're good.
Yeah, easy. See, it's 1158 3630. All right. I think I'm ready. All right. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is RESR. We have a very good starting weapon. This isn't StatRan. We have a very decent starting weapon.
So-called free thinkers when they see an elemental weapon, yes.
We do also start with the shop, but there's not much good in it right now. This game also has countdown, but because we are cool and unique, we call it Soul Compass. In this case, there are 9 item checks in castle corridors out of a total of 20.
Yes. And those item checks can be either soul canisters, ancient books, or progression, which I suppose is still soul canisters. But anyway, yeah. And for those who are unfamiliar with the AOSR, the goal of this randomizer is to find the 3 ancient books, which will tell you which souls/bosses you have to kill and acquire in order to get past the second phase of Graham in the top floor correctly, and then that'll let you progress onwards to the final fights of the game.
As you saw
Yeah, it's
there,
basically an objective rando.
Yeah, as you saw there, I got a Nemesis soul from that skeleton.
Also-
soul drops are randomized, item drops are randomized.
Yep. Also, we're
All the
playing
good stuff.
Panther first, which means that within the first, I believe, it's 6 checks of Castle
Yep.
Corridor, you're guaranteed to find Black Panther, which is the movement upgrade soul that you're seeing now.
This is the Go Fast soul.
Yep.
Love it.
How many pixels per frame is Panther?
4
Okay, so it is the same speed as running
as a
in
dive kick.
as well. At full speed, yeah. No, I'm just gonna use that as my metric now.
How many Nathans running at full speed do you move?
It's-
Okay. Got a pretty nice seat here, starting out with Malphus, the double jump soul. It's not called double in this game.
No. Oh, Curly. Okay. So Curly's a rush soul. With our rush soul, we can that allows us to transform and run forward. Deals good damage to enemies. Curly is unfortunately the weakest of the 3 rush souls you can find, with Manticore being the best and Devil being middle of the road. And that will allow us, if we find Undyne, which allows us to walk on water, allow us to get through the waterfall in Underground Reservoir and get through the door behind that.
We got Galamoth there, which is lets us get through 1 room.
Mm-hmm.
We can do 2 item checks in inner quarters
Yes.
by going through a time stop area.
We find
Chapel.
Chapel with 1, which is sad because Chapel normally has a lot of things,
I'll just pray for like a death orb up here.
but like you did in that one race seed, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Ah,
not a death
stealthy.
rope. That is
It's death
useless.
related.
It does literally nothing.
No. It's like bear ring in Circle, except bear ring makes gameplay objectively worse.
So yeah, there's I was gonna say how many areas there are in this game, but I can never remember.
Or do we want
Like
to count them right
11
now?
or something. I would do it in my head, but I'd fail. So I'm just gonna not count them.
Okay.
I think Objective Rando was mentioned,
Yes. That was Smile Fires.
which is probably is. I swear I know the settings. But that means that
Also, that was a boss, by the way. That was Manticore. Yeah.
yeah, he
The
dropped
weapon
an
with the
orb.
sword we have is called Hrunting. It's a poison blade with a very nice hitbox. Normally, you'd find that like early mid game, I guess, in inner quarters, and it's viable for like 2/3, 3/4 of the game, honestly.
You could kill Chaos with Runting.
Yeah, just
I
no
wouldn't
one would
kill
ever
double
want to do
Chaos
that.
with
Yeah.
Runting.
It also just has a really nice hitbox to it, like
Mhm.
both due to the reach and the fact that it has like a upward bump to it, so it hits higher than you might think it would, so it can break ceilings.
Yeah,
I
it's
honestly, I really like the part where it hits lower than you'd think, compared to like Missile Pain. You can more easily kill like skeletons with this.
Yeah, because of the upward reach, it also, in vanilla at least, is very nice to have for fighting death, because you can just crouch and avoid every attack, basically, and then just smack them to death. We find Reservoir.
Love this
It's
area.
7 checks, which
I'll do
is...
this check for the item that's inevitably going to be there.
Yeah, watch it be giant bat. Nope, okay. So that... Reservoir has, what, like 21 checks
Yeah,
maximum?
21.
So we're at one in every 3 checks. Also, there's an example of the entity overlaid over the fake gap in the wall, the discolored sprite there that we saw a moment ago. This go back, everything loops back to corridors. Of course, we got 5 checks still in
nice.
corridor.
I like this. Can go to the end. Probably like connects to study or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying, Objective Rando. So one of the books is going to be you need such and such soul that drops from such and such enemy. One of the books is going to be you need to kill this boss or this area's boss. And then the other one has a 50% chance of being either. So there's 7 bosses that can be those objectives. Manticore is the easiest to kill of them. So it's just good to check these off generally as you're going through the castle. Bosses are randomized though, and there are a couple that I don't really want to fight right now.
They're
And by a
randomized.
couple, I mean one.
They're randomized except for 2, which are Creaking Skull and Manticore, which you've already seen because they exist in uniquely structured rooms in the castle, and one is also one you encounter about 30 seconds in, so it would be unfair to randomize that to anything else. Also, we find Clock Tower with 3 checks. We have not found Skula, so we cannot explore the entirety of Clock Tower. Skula is the soul that lets Soma sink and breathe underwater.
It could be behind this boss. We could see Vanilla Skulo. That'd be
That
pretty
is true.
cool.
That would be true.
But yeah, these area connections are not really what you want to see here, because you don't want to have to like commit to going all the way through Clock Tower and risk just hitting some sort of dead end that you can't go through and have to trek all the way back again and then all the way down entrance corridor to get to somewhere new.
Barracks, you want to do the Lunix strat in corridor and do that
dive
check
kick.
with dive kick?
No.
Why
I don't
not?
know how.
Haldo's done it. I've even done it. Come on.
Well, I haven't. Yeah, like right now we could see Clock Tower, this right exit, connect to, say, Floating Gardens, which is good to know where it is. But then Gardens could connect to a dead end.
That's true.
And then I'd have to go all the way back through Gardens, through Clock Tower, through Castle Corridors, just to find somewhere else to go.
Yes.
We also got Dive Kick.
Mhm.
This is the one cool place where you can use it, because you can dive kick off that breakable wall.
Nice. Also, is this the vanilla palette for Clock Tower, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. The gears
know,
are
it
a
looks a
different
little
color.
more
That's the
blue to
only
me.
thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It looks a little bit more green to me. This dive kick kind of sucks. You're not seeing it right now because I'm actually landing them. But compared to Harmony's, which is amazing and does damage, I was hitting for 1 damage, you know? I could try to dive kick off of axe armors and corridors and I'll probably just miss.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to you dive kicking off of Graham and it doing like you literally just take damage. Like sometimes the hitboxes just don't work at all.
Also, hey, it's gardens.
We
with
found
no
Garden. Now we
checks in
don't
it.
forget Gardens.
I'm gonna forget gardens. Don't tell me what to do.
Do you want me to actually remember for you, or do you want me to trust you to figure it out?
It'll be funny.
Okay, you're gonna laugh. Yeah.
That's what the hour 45 estimate's for.
Forgetting Gardens. And top floor, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. So
Nice
floating
black
gardens, nothing to do here right now, but it is the location of the second to last boss in the game, Julius Belmont. He's like a Juiced, but a better
Old.
JB. I don't know why I did that check. There's nothing
yeah.
there.
It could have been a claim, you never know. Except it
pray
wouldn't,
for no
because
dead ends.
Smile would not let you do that. Also, there we
You
go,
called
every
it.
time!
You called it.
You
So,
know,
yeah, that's...
Smile has played through this seed, so they knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, that's one of the 2 dead ends you can encounter at an area transition in this seed. The other one is the locked right side exit of top floor, if you come into that from the clock tower side in vanilla.
How many items were there in that forbidden area?
I didn't check.
I also didn't
I was
check.
too busy laughing at your expense.
I always forget to check.
Same,
I'm
honestly.
gonna say 1, probably.
Well, it's between 0 and 2, so yeah, let's just go with 1.
Yeah. So I might have to go back there at some point. And most areas have a warp in them. We saw chapels briefly for like a quarter of a second. Clock Tower's warp, sadly, is straight down.
And it's
It
school
is
locked.
locked off
Yep.
by Skula.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could get that, it'd be great, because then I'm pretty close to Gardens. As it is, it's going to be a pain to head back here later.
Unless we just find the bottom of Clock Tower. And then you can dive kick your way in at the end if you don't have Skula.
You're so right.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if you know that you're not going to soft lock yourself by doing that, then there's no risk, so...
But also, doing that would involve me not having Skula going to fight Julius.
Well, I
Which
mean,
means
you
there's
know...
one place it could be.
And Skula's... Yeah, it's... Well, no, it's... Yeah, how many chaotic checks are before the Skula room in chaotic?
1.
1, yeah. I mean, that would be a hilarious scene, though.
It
to
would.
be fair.
It would be very funny. There's an area in Chaotic Realm, which is the last area you need to go through to get to the final boss. Did I do those checks? Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
Which is... Well, Chaotic Realm is basically copy-pasted rooms from the rest of the game with a filter to make it look gray.
Yeah, it's just because the castle, as we know, is a creature of chaos. It can take many forms. So this is the form it took in 1999, basically, when Dracula was killed by Julius Belmont alone, without help, of course. Yeah, definitely, there was no one else there with him. So
We'll never know again. We'll never know.
yeah, we will never see that game. 1 check and forbidden. You're right.
See, what did I say?
Yeah, you definitely read.
Why
that
am I doing
properly.
this?
You don't have Skula. I don't know. You could have
That doesn't
opened
mean that Gardens is vanilla.
That true. Technically,
So that's good
just
to
by
remember.
extension, yeah.
Yeah, the only part that matters. So that's going to be easier to remember than Clock Tower, at least.
Check there. Yes, there's a
Yo,
check on that left
Skula.
side. Should I
Or like
disc armored it through the wall?
Undine. I don't have MP for Disc Armor.
Sounds like a skill issue. Unding, yeah, you called it.
Skula issue. What was I talking about?
We were talking about...
Chaotic Realm, that's right.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Lol.
They stole a room
Can you dive kick
from
that? Can you dive
Reservoir.
kick that? Try
Maybe?
it. You're right here. It's probably takes longer to backtrack. No, you can't. Okay. Worth.
You can
Oh, okay.
absolutely
There
dive
you
kick
can.
that.
There you go. Shortcut. Let's go. So that's
Good
basically when we
enough.
were talking about one way going through Clock Tower. There's a pool of water that's makes it. You can't get down from the top, but if you dive kick into it from either side, you can get into the bit that takes you up to where we already explored. So if you don't have Skula, that is a one-way route. It's not in logic, and you can soft lock yourself completely if you save up there and can't get out. But yeah, there you
Like
go.
that you clarified from either side,
Yeah,
despite you not being able to get to the other side.
well, I mean, if someone's playing Door Rando, I mean.
You're so right.
Yeah.
We
Door
have
Rando's
seen
a
that
meme.
in a couple of races though, where people have saved in there and been unable to complete the seed.
That must have been fun for them. Also, with the palette rando, the breakable walls are different colors.
Yeah, which is how we can tell them apart, as I said earlier. 5
There's
checks.
also only
in-
like 7 of them.
Yeah, true. In comparison to
So,
Circle, probably having like
This isn't
50.
circle.
Yeah. Flying armor. That's nice to see.
Yo.
Definitely useful. Oh, there's a
Oh my
red
god, the random map drop.
Altair. You ever want to just throw an eagle at someone? Well,
Also,
there's your
I
soul for that.
I hit that guy with my dive kick,
And you took damage.
and then I took damage.
Yeah.
Because it didn't send me high enough. So, you know, if you want to play a game with good dive kicks, it's not this one.
No. Play Harmony of Dissonance.
I'm gonna do the wrong play and go check the door first because I want to see what the item is over there. This is the wrong play, but I want to see if I can skip a check. And while I'm here,
Inner
inner
quarters is
with
0.
nothing in it.
So
So I guess,
Galamoth is useless.
Galamoth. Speaking my mind.
Yeah. I have commentated and watched enough Arya races to understand the game at a high level, yes. Skula. Ectoplasm.
No,
Boo.
Skula is actually going to be in chaotic.
We're behind. I'm looking forward to Smile having given you a seed where Giant Bat is behind Graham, because those are always fun. Is that a gray? I think that's... I can't tell the color,
I think
honestly.
it's a yellow.
You get like 1 pixel of particle. Yeah, it's a yellow. There we go. Smile, come on. It was almost cool.
You were really hoping there.
I was. Nightmare,
So
okay.
it's right here. I've cleared out the area, but I'm gonna go here, see what this boss is.
Yeah, if it's anything other than
Uh,
Legion, probably would be doable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also,
Legion
I
with
want
disc
XP.
armor and you have a rush soul, you have disc armor, and you have
I'm
hunting.
also like level 8. Wow, I am.
Okay.
Level 8.
Were you counting level ups?
No. I can't because I got like probably 2 from Manticore.
Yeah,
this
Count
Headhunter
all your
works
experience then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, this enemy I know gives me 2,000 experience.
2000 plus experience. Come on.
Alright.
So your
I
Headhunter
know
is
you
one
know
of
all the stats.
yeah. Headhunter is one of 2 bosses in Aria that expand the shop upon defeat. The other being Death. In vanilla Aria, the bosses, if you defeat Death, you get Headhunter's shop upgrade as well. But in the randomizer, we, or rather Fuse probably, managed to separate them out so that they each give unique shop rewards. Also, Headhunter is exceedingly annoying in 3rd form because poison reduces your defense and attack, I recall.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it makes you take more damage too. Oh, yeah, that's part of reducing your defense. You know what?
People die when they are killed, yes.
The The archer classroom is made up of archers. But you don't want to get hit by poison. There's a soul. Are you kidding me?
Lamau, the trade.
I think you got the better end of that trade, though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Cream soda.
But also because this is double chaos, I want levels. Play it safe.
Smilefire says being big brain here and saying you can calculate a level on the fly with your HP, which is true.
You know, that's how I got the level 8 number, because like 404 seems like level 8.
Yeah.
Like what, this is 440?
It's supposed to be 440.
That seems like 12? 11.
Because what's level 1? 320?
Yeah. And level, I think 16 is 512. Might be 15. That's the only one I know because it's in the speedrun. Taking the warp back here to corridors. A couple checks still that I haven't checked.
There's a blue soul
I
up there.
Basically know where they all are.
And Red Book.
Oh,
Okay, so Red
nice.
Book is at least one copy of Red Book is flight locked. There could be
50%
multiple
chance.
copies of Red Book. It's not guaranteed.
That's everything in this area that I now know about.
Mm.
So back to the shop. The starting shop wasn't very good, but the shop does not have item waiting, unlike the rest of the game. So we could see a claim in here.
As if that would happen. Was that Mistletoe?
It was.
Lightning Doll as well. Could be useful.
Lightning Doll is very nice.
You got Nightmare and Lightning Doll, so those are the two top tier reds. Which is great.
Yeah, it'd be great if this was Stat Rando. I'm just so used to Stat Rando because what we've been running with for the tournament.
Less used to it than Algorithm is.
That
at
was
least
my
we know that.
armor. Oops.
Did you sell your armor?
Yes.
Gungnir?
is nice. I'll
Gungnir,
take
please. Thank you.
that. I also have Medusa head.
Nice. So chaos. If we don't find slime, chaos is solved.
I'll take Flesh
So-
Golem just in case like the next shop upgrade has, I don't know, like
Demon's Mail. I don't know.
Exactly. I'm gonna go to Forbidden.
Okay.
And then from Forbidden to Clock Tower to go to Bottom Clock Tower, which I bet connects to.
Okay,
Reservoir.
that's a nice blue. Yeah. Smilefires, did you check that one?
Honestly, they probably did. I wouldn't put it past them. So right back up here. That's a funny little trick.
Yeah, undone
So
skip.
normally, you know, you can't get up there. Dang thing's too high. You need to equip this Indian soul that I have. But there's a thing in this game where you can like abuse the rounded edges of platforms.
Yeah, although that looks square, the geometry is actually round.
just
And
kind
if
of
I recall
slip on.
correctly, I don't know if Fuse is able to confirm this or not, but in the Castlevania Double Pack re-release of this game, which had somehow put Harmony and Aria on the same cartridge, that platform is not a semi-solid platform, so you can't actually do that trick.
I was thinking that you could still do that, but I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know.
I know
either
they
of you
made
would know this.
changes to the geometry at the top of the entrance corridor where you would like backdoor inner quarters. I don't remember that one being any different.
Rare Ring, my beloved, there we go.
Let's go.
So Rare Ring is an item that increases the drop rate of regular items, not souls, because souls are increased by Soul Eater Ring.
And not money, because money is increased by the gold ring.
Exactly.
And not hearts, because hearts are increased by the heart pendant.
Yeah, and yes, so Rare Ring is definitely a very legitimate item that definitely works perfectly. Definitely increases your odds of finding really cool item drops. Also, there's Ancient Book 2, which
The
is Beat
Arena
Arena
Boss.
Boss. And yeah. So that's gonna be fun. We have to find Arena. Are you gonna? Yeah, you're doing it.
I'm gonna
Okay.
do it. Yo, the
Nice.
best rare drop. Hold on.
No, it's not the best rare drop. We all know the best rare drop is Castle Map 3.
I already got that. Well, I don't know if it was 3, but I got a castle map drop from the Bone Pillars.
That should be... Okay, Fuse, I have another idea for you. You need to find all the books and find all the castle maps. Just because why
All
the hell
maps.
not? Yeah.
Is that how we're going to implement the next 3 objectives that Kuchiri wants?
Yeah, and we need to call that Map Rando 2.0. Map
Area shuffle
Rando.
and map shuffle?
Map, yeah, yes.
Missed dead end? Rolled no longer. Damn.
Not doing reverse gardens, SMH my head.
Yeah, it would have been faster. But I always forget it exists when I don't need to clear the area. Gardens is one of those, it's a Lost Woods area, basically.
Yeah.
You
There's
take
one.
one wrong turn, everything messes up.
Yeah, just start looping on
Now
yourself.
it's 12. This is what you get after you kill Legion, I believe.
12 levels?
Yeah.
Alrighty, can I jump in with a donation, y'all?
Of course.
All right, we have a $43 donation from Aaron that said, "We rounding this bad boy off, 100 more to go for the first goal." So, yep, that brings us up to $900 in donations and gets another hat on my head, so I will apply that shortly. So, keep it going, y'all. Also,
Very nice.
Aaron, if you wanted to put that toward an incentive, please let us know what incentive you would like to apply it to. We've got Music Shuffle for Mystic Quest coming up a little bit later. And we also have some incentives tomorrow that we can talk about as well.
Very nice. Can't wait to see the second hat. So I just slept out of that room, which resets you to the place you entered the room. It's a nice little trick for some slower rooms or some more dangerous rooms. I used it there because it was a more dangerous room and I didn't want to take all the damage.
And there's Giant Bat. That
I
is
would
our
have preferred
flight
Hippo.
ability. Yeah, we all would have. So Fuse, is this check in logic if you don't have slide, or is it still, even though you can get past it without slide, does it still expect you to have that before you come here?
In normal logic, it expects either slide or giant bat.
Right. Okay.
And then is it hard or expert that's like, you could just damage tank?
I'm thinking hard can expect you to tank it.
I just walked into that. Yo!
Random Vijaya.
It's a lightning weapon.
Yeah.
I have so much health. How much damage do you think bomber armor does?
Too much. Yeah, and you've got the type superiority, so you're just taking out also needles, Mudman. That's the other locked entrance that I was talking
Oh,
about.
very cool.
Yeah.
Nice seed smile.
Well, I mean, the one thing that gives you is that Gardens is really, really close by.
I think it'd still be faster to just go to Castle Corridors.
Okay, well then a warp out of top floor is close by.
That's true.
Because then you don't have to deal with lubricants and succubus and all that stuff.
Okay, so I think I want to go back to Reservoir from here.
Also,
which
yes, just for
was-
everyone who isn't familiar with Arya, if you talk to Soma's girlfriend, Mina, at the gate, she restores your
she's his
MP and
childhood
HP.
friend.
I suppose, yeah, Dawn of Sorrow changes things, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Discord
just
friends
like how
in
Soma
2030.
is a American.
Is an
Soma
exchange
Cruz
student.
is an American exchange student with a childhood friend living in Japan.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that detail of Soma being an American exchange student is not consistent between the Japanese and English version of the game. not as a translation error, but because that was designed by Iga, Koji Igarashi, so that North American players would feel that Soma's a more relatable character. There's some Arya trivia
I
for you.
definitely find this white-haired anime protagonist who lives in Japan to be very relatable. Because he's American.
Yeah.
So it worked. Good work, Koji. Wow, I don't think I've ever said that. Anyways, Reservoir. Now I have Skula, so I can do things here.
Yeah, we can now swim. Imagine needing a soul to swim.
Imagine taking damage when you touch water.
Yeah, I know. Literally, the only person who, like, okay, that's... Nathan, the water's poison. Come on, you can just walk in water just fine. You didn't see it, though, because we didn't actually go in Reservoir. We're not... underground
you
waterway.
just didn't see me walk in the water. I can do it. That was weird.
That last minute Medusa. Hey, heart pendant.
Now I can increase my heart drop chance. As well as my big heart drop chance.
As a fan of the color purple, I do love the color of this reservoir. It's very nice. Tapping the warp there.
This is the one room where I want enemy randomizer to always be on.
Yellow book behind the waterfall. We have Undyne and Curly.
In a while.
Are you gonna do the checks before going for?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'll be like, then you have to go out and then you have to do a Curly again, and yeah. Are you gonna do waterfall climb with flying armor? Or just gonna do it with Panther? Okay, cool. This is by the way strategy developed.
I'm not good at the game.
By Algorithm, who invented about 95 to 100% of the strategies used in running this game. Where normally you would use a Flying Soul, Rune Ring, very nice. That increases MP regen. Normally you would need a Flying Soul to get up there, but you can, dipping in and out of the waterfall resets your ability to jump a second time, so you can, with a lot of patience and skill, get up there.
Hey, it's a good thing we just got Rune Ring.
True. Do you have Arc Demon?
It's faster to go down here and refresh my mana and do it again.
Lamau.
Oh, I do not have Wooden Golem.
Yeah.
I don't think. There's some checks there at the top. You need to be like level 8, I think, to make it up here with Giant Bat. If you don't mess up,
if you don't bonk the ceiling, okay, there you go. And you can farm again here.
Yo, I have armor.
Replacement armor. Let's go.
I should have put on that
silk robe. Okay.
Amazing.
Nice knife there.
Okay.
Okay, high mind up. And then go through the waterfall.
Yeah, so this is one of the secrets in the game.
I forgot you got Manticore. Okay,
wow.
So book 3. Gargoyle from Durga. Okay, well that's an easy farm, but do you already have it? No.
I do.
Oh, you do have it. Okay, great.
I didn't think I did, so.
And right into Cemetery. Oh boy, 2 checks in Cemetery.
Another boss here, which cuts off 3 of the 4 checks in this area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna save just because I'm low health.
Yep.
Still hoping no Legion. I don't want to fight Legion. Balor would be very good.
Mistletoe.
Legion would be okay. Yeah, my mind changes very quickly after I get a holy weapon.
Yeah, and it's not stat rando, so it's death. Okay, so we'll be getting that second shop upgrade. And Vijaya doing a nice job. Manticore being top tier as always.
I almost did the thing.
Yeah. So you've got Manticore, you've got Rune Ring, you You're gonna be fine for double chaos. It's
Yeah,
gonna
probably.
be fine.
I'd like a better weapon, like a Leviatane,
I mean, you have Gungnir, that's good
or
enough.
I could buy Osafune. I guess that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, Osafuna gives you a nice keeping the orbs away.
You'll see what all this preparation is for in like.
Yeah. If only
40
this game
minutes.
wasn't being streamed in like 140p, but anyway. Yeah,
It's
the bitrate is going
720.
to plummet with double chaos. Oh boy.
That was a soul. I didn't see what it was. We go back, maybe? That sounds like something I would have gotten. And a dupe yellow right behind the first yellow. Very cool.
Interesting logic, Seed.
So I think there's still some stuff left in Reservoir, so we're gonna start heading up. Probably do Eastern first. It's my
Eastern!
signature.
Your favorite area.
Yep. We're gonna do that by heading through the small door on the left of this screen.
And there we go.
Dodge that Mandragora. He'll hit for like 100.
Yeah. Disc armor being
That was
disc
a
armor.
hitbox.
Oh man, those are tricky enemies, aren't they? Disc armors?
No.
No?
Just remembered, still need to find Arena.
Yes. And we still, well, now that you have flight, you can go get Red Book as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Decent chances next to Arena, honestly. That, or I think it would be Inner Quarters.
That could be Quarters has that left exit.
Yo, it's my red soul. Crazy.
Yeah.
On the vanilla game, the souls you need to equip are Flame Demon, Succubus, and Giant Bat. I'm gonna cheat.
You're gonna do it. Hey, there we go. So that is called Boat Zip, and if you panther the boat off the edge and then
Just
land
hold
on it
right and down.
legitimately, the boat clips you into the wall and it zips you up, which saves you the skill of having to actually just get on the boat
I
and
hate
jump
it.
at the
It's
right
such a-
time.
Such a dumb trick. I hate getting on the boat.
I know, it's
The
ridiculous.
worst skill check. Anyways, we banned that trick in the tournament.
It's just sad. There's Wooden Golem. Nice.
I'd ask the trivia, but I don't remember the answer.
What's the trivia?
What your MP regeneration rate is with Wooden Golem and Rune Ring.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that one. I'm technical, but I'm not that technical.
Like 5 point something, I think. But it is MP regeneration is constant, so the more MP you have, the longer it'll take to regenerate. It's like 0.93 mana per second at base. So when you have, 1,000 MP at level 99, you're going to be waiting there for 15 minutes. I already saw that. It's a knife.
And you just remember 95 HP. Armor of Water, not useful, really.
Might be better. Oh, that's pretty good. Worth putting on. I feel like Lightning Doll is the player.
I was
against
about to
those.
say, yeah, those are weak to electric. Or
Are they
lightning.
weak? No, they're not weak to electric. But I think they resist fire. Would be more likely.
Mm.
Don't quote me on that. That's not Barrick's approved knowledge. All right,
No, there's
floor.
top floor. So
There's
where's
still
the top
2
floor
checks
connect to?
in this side. All right, nice.
Top floor is arena. Okay.
I think we do arena, and we do top floor, and then we leave top floor and do the rest of reservoir.
Well, I mean, I think you should warp out and go check what Red Book is, as well.
I
Because
think you're wrong.
Warp is very close. Yeah. You're gonna check Death Shop and not get the Red Book, aren't you?
I don't know. Let's see.
Okay.
So anyways, if you want to place your bets as to what Red Book's going to be. That's some expensive healing. That's some expensive
Solar
healing.
uniform.
Some expensive Osafune.
Really true.
Alright. I'll sell Grunting. Keep Mistletoe for Legion. Mach Punch is bad. Okay, what else we got? Gold Ring, nice. Iron Golem's nice. Not a whole lot, so I guess I'm buying healing. Strawberries are the best value here. With the bosses we've seen, Arena boss could be Great Armor, Big Golem, Legion, or Balor. 2 of those are easy. One's Balor, which is very nice and also pretty easy.
Yeah,
And
Balor
Legion
gives a lot
is
of XP.
boring.
Legion is Legion. Yeah.
We saw Legion in Harmony, and that was honestly a much more exciting fight.
Yeah. A much more painful on the ears fight, but yes. Legion Curse.
We've
'Cause
already
there's
seen Great
two.
Armor.
There's 2 Legions in Harmony. We only saw one of them. Legion Curse is not a fun fight. Unless you wanna counter that, Fuse, or do you agree? Also, dupe Red
Nah,
Book
I
right there.
really don't like Legion. It's not Curse, is it? It's something similar to that. I don't know.
Well, it's Legion Saint and Legion. What's the other one? I can't remember.
Corpse.
Corpse. Close. Yeah. Okay.
That's
there
pretty
we go.
close.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've already seen Great Armor, but if I don't remember that I've seen Great Armor, have I really seen Great Armor?
Schrodinger's Great Armor.
You may think that having a decent memory is necessary for the Aria Rando, and you are wrong. If you can just play the game fast enough that not remembering things doesn't matter, you
Or
can
just
still
route
be
well.
decent.
Just route well.
I don't even route well. Oh hey,
Nice.
that's
So
an
dupes of
area.
all 3 books? I didn't think that
Yeah.
was possible.
Oh, that's well, I already did
Dance
that.
Hall was. You
Yeah,
did
each
So
of
I
them is
guess
a 50-50.
So I guess we're in go mode once I kill
Yeah.
Arena Boss.
that. Yep.
I hit down. So trivia question. Here's a wall.
Lol. That I almost. Oh, nice black belt. I guarantee you that is a dev thing they forgot to remove. But yeah, if you have giant bat, that wall
You can
is
also
not fully
stand
solid.
here.
Yeah.
Like
Game
it's
design.
just like these 3 tiles.
Yeah. That's
It's
it.
very funny. That
Good
trick is
decision.
not banned.
No.
Because I believe the reasoning we use that is not clipping through tiles because there are no tiles there to clip through.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be fine. We have Mistletoe, we have Manticore, we have Lilith. Also Nightmare. That is the wrong way. I discovered that you can slide a bit after you dive kick.
Yeah, it's front sliding.
It's wave dashing.
Thing. It's a thing that was in Soten and it somehow ended up in this game. Definitely intentionally.
I mean, this is just Soten, but better.
That's true. Waiting for chat to kill us for that, but no, it's true.
There we go. So Legion has a lot of health.
Yep.
It's kind of boring. I just want a lot of MP regen so I can get Manticore back. Yo, I'm gonna get the soul.
Are you? Yes, you are. Okay, cool. Yeah. If you kill Legion's core, that's the boss's death triggered there. If you kill the core before the 4 pieces of the shell have been destroyed, then the soul of Legion does not drop. Which, if you're playing an all souls required rando, can be a problem.
It's the only missable soul in the game, I believe.
That's true.
So we are now in go mode.
Yeah. You found everything other than Hippo. That's fun.
I want... You know, I kind of want a better weapon. Kind of.
I did worst room, you can do worst room.
Oh, yeah, alright, I'll do worst room.
Yay.
It's gonna be like Hippo. Worst room moment.
Tear of blood. Which, I mean, is an okay accessory, you just
Oh,
have
that's right,
better
the
than it.
the other item is Red Book. Stop
Oh, yeah, right.
petrifying me. There we
Feeling
go.
you just barely don't have enough power on your Panther to be able to Panther Medusa hits.
Yep. And then this connects to the top floor, so we're gonna head right back there.
Mm-hmm.
Item waiting does mean, I believe, that better gear will be in harder areas, in this case, top floor.
Yep.
So I'm probably gonna full clear that area, just to see if there's anything I want. Praying for Levitain. I could have gone and grabbed Burt Gang back there.
Burt Gang Gang. But no.
Thinking emoji. What is that supposed to mean, smile? Still have an hour and 10 minutes on the group estimate. Alright, then I'll not grab anything. I just death loop to chaos for an hour. Another cool thing you can do with dive kick right there.
Yeah.
The only other cool thing. That's not
Well, you
true.
can. There's the check
one
in
Reservoir.
and there's the check in study as well.
Oh, that's
below the
true.
box as well. Yeah.
I wish I'd found study.
Yeah, we never saw it. Yeah. And we saw quarters for all of like 2 seconds.
You know, maybe I'll just spend the rest of the estimate doing a glitch showcase. Exhibition of Aria.
If you want, if you know how to do shop glitch, sure.
Kind of.
Okay.
I want to head up top because I don't have Hippogriff. So my best flight is not very fast at going up, so I just want to start up here.
Yeah, I was about to say I could run Maxim in Harmony, but then I realized no, I haven't run Maxim in like 2 years. I can't do that.
You could run Julius Boss Rush.
No, I'm not doing that.
Wow.
You're more qualified than I am for that.
Maybe. But it's more fun to watch you do it. Yo!
Positron, let's go.
I see why I picked the Seed Smile. That is my favorite weapon in the game.
I thought
'Cause it's
Balmung was your
funny.
favorite for Julius.
For Julius, I think Balmung is my favorite, but Positron is just like so much cooler.
Okay.
It's also
mean,
an Ava
Balmung's-
reference.
Balmung's good for the first phase because it like hits hard, and like if you use Positron, it hits so many times that he goes like invincible faster.
I don't know what I was just standing around for. I forgot that I can go fight Graham.
Yes.
This is what not playing Stat Rando does to me. Just completely forgetting. I want. Well, actually, I can do some funny things. Eh. Alright.
Almost the perfect position, but not close to the wall enough.
Sad.
Yeah, I was like, no, that's not gonna work.
I was turning the wrong way.
So now we're in phase 2 of Graham, and because we have Positron, we can just cheese this completely. You don't even have to dodge because we just sit in the perfect spot and blast them from the corner of the room. We have the one required soul and the 2 objectives cleared. So Graham will have the correct dialogue at the end of this phase, correct portrait
His
as well.
face is funny.
Yeah, you have that as an emote on your channel.
I do.
Courtesy of me who got that together. And after we defeat the third demonic phase of
defense.
the third demonic phase of Graham, the game won't just end, but because we have the correct items equipped, it'll instead continue, and we can head off to Floating Gardens.
Spoilers if you never got the true ending in RA of Sorrow.
Yes. Also, I'm sad that we didn't get Hippogriff because you can't show off chandelier strats.
I know.
Yeah, so you see the hands that are coming after Soma. If you have Hippogriff, for reasons unexplainable, if you Hippogriff into the chandelier while the beam is not active coming out of it, you get 83 iframes, I believe. It's the exact same number of iframes as you get
I think it's
upon taking a
84.
hit of damage, except you don't take a hit of damage, which means you can just go right through the hands as you fall back down, and it's great for really speeding up this fight.
But it
It's
might
also
also be
especially
82.
82 probably or something.
I don't know. Go find the Google Doc.
Okay. It's also especially good in stat rando because if you get plus attack Graham, you do not want to touch those hands. Or the beam.
I think the beam does more damage.
The beam does more damage, but I mean, still, like you can get 300 damage hands.
Yeah. You know, I really feel like I should go find Valor. That's the vibe I'm getting.
It is not strong enough.
Better weapon, but it's
blocking?
okay.
Mm?
Now I see. I probably could have given him the one I vetoed. I believe I have it. That one would be too mean. But yeah, it'd be funny.
Well, you should post that one later so that we can just erase that one.
Could run some Aria reprise. So true. So many things. So much Aria, so little time.
True.
I want the top exit here. I still think it's faster to warp back to corridors, but I want to sit through that cutscene. And I get to show off dive kick. Oh no, I can't get through.
Hey, there we go.
There's been a lot of attempts to try and find a way to do that in Chaotic Realm, and they have all failed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one room that has water in it that you have to go the
And we can
exit
get
to the
through
room.
almost all of it.
Yeah, the first half of the room that's underwater you can dive kick under and get through, but the second half, the top of the doorway, is too low to get through with just dive kicking. Okay, so we're saving.
That's
Thank you.
not the up button. I thought it was, but it was start.
Now, bested Graham with the correct souls, we can walk into this fight and face off against Julius Belmont. Well, Heart of Fireplace.
The best song.
True. So Julius Belmont, in his first phase, he just attacks you with the whip, dive kick, and slide. He also can do his Omnia Vanitas attack, or move, where he turns invincible and teleports behind you. Put Manticore on.
It is on.
Oh, it is on, okay. Every 4 hits he does that are not interrupted by an Omnia Vanitas, he will stagger. which allows him to readjust what attack he's doing depending on Soma's position. Positron, as you can see, makes very, very efficient work of Julius being able to keep him at good range. And just backdashing out of range as he whips you. Julius still is no slouch in terms of damage. It's just, we're simply just exceeding his abilities here. He'll probably be into second phase pretty soon. He's got 5,000, 6,000? I'm pretty sure 5,000 HP.
4,000 and 2,000.
Okay. HP. Yeah, I must be thinking Portrait of Ruin. Richter has 5,000.
Oh, the skill.
I know. Guard, there we go. Blocking Mail has, is it a 1 in 4 chance of
Yes.
blocking a hit? Okay. Yeah, any hit can just be guarded. 25% chance. Okay, Julius Belmont is doing his powerful Grand Cross, which shatters parts of the castle in the background, proving that he is indeed the strongest Belmont, as we know. And now he's going to start using his sub-weapons in addition to all his other moves, and he can no longer be staggered.
You can also use Omnia Vanitas even more.
Yeah, he has no limit on the number of times he can do that. Typically, you'll probably end up seeing him do it 2 times in a row before you can give him enough time to get out of the attack. I think it has to do something, I don't know if Fuse knows anything about it. If he, like, after doing an Omnia Vanitas, if he would take another hit, like, within the first frame window of coming out of that, do another one or something, I don't know. It's
I don't know anything
manipulatable.
about that.
It's
I
manipulatable.
don't think
so.
anyone does, honestly. Also, Soma is scary now. He's got his red eyes and his wavy hair.
Yep.
It's because by the way, he is Dracula.
Yeah, Dracula died in 1999, but being the man who comes back every 100 years, he was not deterred, and so he
And
just
came back
decided
37
to.
years later.
Yeah, he decided to just. After his account got banned, he decided to just use another email address and come back in a different form.
Basically.
Yeah. That's so chaotic has 0 checks. There's
Well, it has 3
possible
checks,
item
but none
spawn
of them
locations.
are good.
None of them. Well,
Well,
arguably none of them are
actually,
bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, unless we saw Hippo here, but that'd be funny. Yeah, no, that we can have 3, in this case, just regular items in chaotic, and also nice jump over the giant skeleton. That is impossible to do. And these are some of the highest weighted checks in the game, so hopefully we'll find some cool items in here.
It's gonna be Calibulg and Deathsickle.
Nice fall. So yeah, you can just get onto that first one there, but this one and that one as well if you don't be
Bro, I
like
just
me and hit the
kicked off
Triton.
his trident.
Yeah, that
that's
is the
why.
one you cannot get through without Skula. It's just simply just barely too low.
I don't know why I'm floating here.
If you get hit by the Triton and clip in, I will lose my mind. No, okay. Making history live.
Yeah.
So second item check. There you go.
Why'd you look at that? That's not the boost I want.
So Levitain is a sword with fire element that is absolutely viable for chaos. And it's basically just retextured grunting, so it's got a very nice hitbox and it deals very nice damage.
And conveniently, nothing really resists fire. It's
No.
like flame demons, fish heads, or some maybe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, there we
Oh,
go.
wow,
That's
that's
the
a
best
very-
armor in the game as well, by the way.
very nice seed.
That's a very nice loadout there, yeah. So remind me what exactly Death Robe does statistically.
It gives you 44 defense, 4 strength, 4 con, 3 intelligence, and 13 luck.
Cool. The most textbook answer possible to that question.
The only part of that I knew off the top of my head was 13 luck. And it's the part that does not matter.
At all, because this game, luck is broken. Luck does basically nothing. That's a trend with Castlevanias. Luck works to a certain extent, and so and arguably it doesn't because the drop rates are just terrible. Circle it works. Aria it Harmony it does not. Yes, no, I don't know. Luck is weird in that game. It only affects the rare ghost enemy, if I recall correctly. Fuse, right?
That's what I've heard.
Okay. And Dawn of Sorrow, it doesn't work. Same as Aria, doesn't work. And then Portrait of Ruin, they realized what they were doing when they made Portrait and fixed it. And then Ecclesia's fine. Okay, now getting back to Double Chaos.
Merry double chaos, miss.
So, Double Chaos. We fight Chaos, the
Why?
embodiment of evil itself, except we fight two copies of Chaos overlaid over top of each other. So, you get 2 times the attacks constantly, often very much out of sync, and just have to manage. And the bit rate is absolutely falling apart. I can see this. Oh, yeah. And
It's
you can
okay,
see
my
there
frame
are...
rate also falls apart.
Yes. Yeah, and even like some sprites are
Are you
falling apart.
kidding?
You'll sometimes notice that the numbers are disappearing from the HUD. That's how demanding this fight is. But it works somehow.
I had so much health. Never doubted. Now that I've killed one of those blue statues, I don't need to kill the other one to go on to second phase.
Mm-hmm. But can you still get
That was
hit
a
in the cutscene?
square. You cannot get hit in the cutscene.
Okay.
You can see me not get hit in the cutscene.
Lol.
Also, that was a square? Scammed.
Okay, so into Chaos 2. Each of these eyes, upon being destroyed, lowers the defense of the core. And once the core is destroyed, the fight ends. Everything in this fight has 3,000 health. Each eye, of course, there's 2, because this is double chaos, each eye has a stack of 2 eyes over top of each other. And there are 2 cores, and there are 2 snakes, and there are a lot of orbs. And if these orbs hit you, they deal delayed damage, and you can get comboed very easily by them.
Hold on, I should pay attention to this fight.
Yeah.
I was not paying attention.
No.
I was like, oh, those are orbs right next to me.
Levitain, thankfully, has a very nice hitbox for dealing
I
with
don't like
orbs.
this.
However, the snakes have a mind of their own, and barracks,
like
you
this
might want to just
location I'm
start
currently
over.
in.
This isn't
I'm fine.
okay.
Everything's just fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Also, a fun fact for the audience that thorns being summoned around Chaos's core only actually have a damaging hitbox once they're launched, so you can just jump through them to get to the other side and avoid them. So yes, that's a dive kick. We didn't find slime, so I guess this is Gungner plus Medusa head time to get the top eyes here.
Hello.
They're like, no, you will not. Cease.
Easy.
That was a nice guard.
I planned for it.
Yeah, definitely. You've been.
That's
This is
why
actually
I
a
was
task,
there.
everyone. We're watching this back, and we have tasked it out so that RNG, because RNG doesn't work in this game either. Really, you can manipulate everything. Yeah, all the blocking mail successes are planned, which is actually what we do in the
RNG works great.
in the task. Yeah, in the All Souls task, I'm pretty sure. They find a blocking mail and then manipulate that guard occurs on every hit after that blocking mail is occurred, because that's a thing you can do when you're a tasser.
It's very cool to watch, actually.
It is. It's very satisfying.
Hmm.
That's 2 orbs and the big orb. And you're
It's
about to
okay,
be hit
because
by
I
a
have
thorn
block.
as well. Okay.
That's what the block is for.
Yeah, the guard is for, yes.
That's why the seed has healing in the shop. albeit expensive healing.
Yes. What inflation has done to the economy in 2035.
You know, I don't know what I was doing there.
28? Okay. He's still holding on.
I died here. Oh, never mind. I
Guard,
just don't
okay.
take damage.
Add 145. One left.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
The combo.
Yep.
So these all have different iframes. What happened there? I got hit by the orb, and then got thrown right into the Thorn's path as it was released. Also, Julius is here.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, no, that was something that happened in the cutscene that we skipped after defeating Julius, that if Soma asked Julius, promise me that if I lose to Chaos, come and defeat me because I'll be the new Dark Lord. So that's the battle that happens afterwards that we don't get to see, is Julius versus Soma.
Because I don't lose to Chaos.
So
Never
would
have.
y'all like some good news after that chaos fight?
Well,
Please.
certainly.
Falconic donated $100, so we are now at 1,000.
Let's
We've hit our
go!
original goal,
No hype.
and of course, the picture with the third hat will be forthcoming shortly.
Cannot wait. Oh, I just saw the second hat. Let's go. In this phase, the reticle, it drains your MP.
It does, however, also give you iframes at the same time, if when it locks onto you, which can sometimes be helpful for avoiding everything else that's going on.
I like to keep my MP, but I failed this time. The way that sound overlaps is very funny.
Yeah. Okay, Chaos 1 down. Better HP, marginally.
Yeah. Didn't use healing this time. I want gold. Let's try Persephone.
That's where you also have Allura Une as well.
Yeah, but that's just worse. I didn't see that. My bad.
I was like, there's no way he doesn't get hit by that snake.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Persephone's doing pretty good damage there. Ooh, that was so close to being an orb there. Oh boy. You'll need at least one. Uh-huh. Okay. I'd say put on some healing. And because that is going to hit you a lot, probably. Okay.
I got knocked out of the way by a snake.
We'll take it.
Can I just like have a chance to attack the eyes?
No. This is double chaos. We don't do that here.
You're so right.
Someone donated earlier for this and said we need to copy this idea. What was they asking to copy it to? Because I'm amused by the mere notion of this kind of a concept being copied to another game.
Final Fantasy 1. The final boss is called Chaos. Just did a thing there. The Bone Dragon is a valid target.
Yes.
For my funny little. That is not what I wanted.
Nope. And yeah, it works even better when you have the Yellow Soul Succubus, because then every hit you deal to any object that is destroyable with your main weapon restores 5 health, so you can very quickly get a lot of HP back from Chaos's body parts. Snake parts. Yeah.
And that also includes the orbs, so Succubus is kind of the goated soul for this fight.
Yeah. Well, Dryad also is funny to use, but yeah.
Okay, but you use Dryad on, like, Julius.
I'm
You're
just that
weird.
good at it, okay? But no, when you hit a Dryad, which spawns like a Dryad enemy on top of whatever you hit it with, if it works properly, which it sometimes doesn't, suck 8 HP to you every like half second or so. I don't know. If you hit a small orb with Dryad, it just flies off the screen instantly, so that can be a good way to deal with that. Also, how many orbs have you eaten? Like 3?
1.
Well, and you hit the snake as well. Okay.
That's a lot of orbs.
Yes. Thankfully, they're all in one spot, so you can kind of... And they're also disappearing. Yeah, okay.
I like the part where they're disappearing more than the part where they're all in one spot.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you had to levitate them, they'd be easy to levitate.
I don't know. It's very nice to have the Levitain. I should show off Osafina. Because honestly, that is an even better hitbox.
Yeah. Yeah, there are straight edge hitting horizontal weapons, and then there are overhead weapons. And most of the katana type weapons are overhead. This happens to be a very large katana.
Not even a chance.
Okay, it's 3 eyes down again.
But also, judging from what I saw of the Final Fantasy run, Chaos already looks like a very hard boss that could just nuke your party. So I'm not sure how having multiple of those would really work out. Like two party nukes? Grind all the levels beforehand? Woo! That was a mistake.
Are you trying to make Linux noises there?
Yep.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's putting here. If
It's not a question of why, it's a question of why not. Yes.
Exactly, I almost died there.
Guard. Yeah, Persephone was definitely the answer here.
It really is.
And Death's Row is giving you enough int that MP is not a problem.
That's not how it works at all.
Okay, how does it work? Enlighten me.
I have blocking mail equipped. Int does not affect your MP regeneration.
Right. There's too many video games to think about. I have more than Seed Bleed. I have Game Bleed at this point. I'm like, oh, same franchise. Everything must work the same. No, it doesn't. And yeah, blocking mail, not Death's Row. Okay, 4 eyes down.
Pretty good. I want to take a heal, swap on to Lilith, swap on Death's Road, swap on to Satan's Ring, swap on to the correct Blue Soul. Absolutely comboed. Yeah, I'm not risking that.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's why you don't risk it.
I was gonna fall into it.
Yeah, and that would have been we have to restart again.
I swap back onto Wooden Golem Rune Ring. Do you mind? Thank you.
Chaos says yes, I do mind.
Where is that going?
That's 1 orb. That's another orb. That's gonna be 2 more. So, okay. There we go. Good.
That's what you thought.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I know.
Back onto that. Nice.
Time!
I just hit my split button, but I don't have a timer open.
GG's.
Whew.
And that is the GVA Vania block.
For now, I'll do the glitch focus, but that's the randomizers.
Yeah.
Care if I sneak in another donation while
Absolutely.
the castle is crumbling to dust, or whatever it
Incredibly
is?
So it's being sealed away, I think. I don't know.
In the eclipse again or something, I don't know.
All right, so Saracen donated $72 and said fourth hat. Also, Cantorin for Weth time spinner run, which actually has already been filled, and any remainder towards the normal start on same run. So, all right, all that goes toward the normal category or the normal classification for Weth Jebster's time spinner run, and the fourth hat picture is coming in a second.
Amazing. Yo, the Mario hat. That was hat 3.
Yes.
30 minutes to kill. I'll do some I don't know, exhibition stuff. Show off stuff didn't get the chance to show off. Alright.
And while you do that, I'm gonna go quickly practice Maxim mode on the safest route and see if I can get that in
That's
here as well.
hilarious.
Because I can definitely do that.
Can you do shop glitch in the randomizer?
But it's not
Ah.
patched or anything, so
Oh, there we go.
Nice. So you want to explain what you're doing?
I already forgot how to do it. I can't afford things. So, anyways, you can just
You can do a lot of cool stuff with that.
break the game.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I have 248 of something. I have 248 potions now. Anyways, that's shop glitch.
Yes.
You-
this hilarity of the extent to which you can do things with shop glitch goes to the point of being able to
Oh, I also have
turn Soma into Julius.
315,000 gold.
Nice.
I don't know how that one happened. But you know, basically, the L and R buttons. Oh, I have 241 runtings.
Nice.
And copper plates. The L and R buttons are supposed to like go up and down. And they kind of work. But if you only have 2 items, which is not the case anymore, you can hit R and that overflows the menu or something. I don't know how this glitch works. I just know how to do it. And then you can scroll up and sell Hammer's mustache.
it like ends up pointing to like the wrong area in memory, looking at like what the amount of the inventory is, so you can like use the D-pad to like adjust how many of something will actually like change bytes in some other location that you're not supposed to be able to edit. So like if you scroll up far enough, you can get to Soma's data structure, so you can like edit his X and Y coordinates or change his the pointer to what function he runs to update himself each frame or draw himself each frame. So it's like the typical one is change his draw function to like run the debug menu instead of draw Soma.
Yeah, the debug. There's a whole in the speedrun. Debug is in one of the speedruns. Debug is banned, but they still have the shop glitch allowed. You just can't go off screen because that's when things get really broken. I don't know how many inputs. It's some very precise number of up inputs they have to do to get to that.
Yeah, it's like 70 something.
That's great. Let me pull up this and see if I can do a manip. Now, we mentioned that RNG was very easy to manip in this game. 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3 spheres. Nope, not like that. That's probably right. And basically, what you can do is from power on, there's a your RNG is already set to a specific amount. So by performing specific actions, in this case, you slash 3 times in the first room. That sets your RNG to a state where when you enter this next room, which in the zombie hallway, RNG moves every single frame. So it's you'd think it'd be very hard to RNG manip. All right, let's see how to do it now. There we go, and I get a Bastard. Because basically by holding forwards, we keep Soma always moves the same, and then we are killing zombies as they spawn. Before they spawn, the spears are thrown to hit where the zombies spawn, I believe, which means they don't have time to affect RNG in the ways that would mess up with the RNG manip, and we can get Bastard very consistently. Previously, the way you would the previous Bastard manip was a frame perfect trick where you would not do anything in this first room. You would just hold forwards, you'd go up here, and then you would just hit the right frame to jump and throw a spear to kill that zombie and get a Bastard. That was frame perfect. It was very inconsistent. I'm so bad at that trick. It's not even funny. Whereas with this version, it is much more consistent. If my game didn't lag. To the point where this basically removes the reset factor out of the first minute of the run. If you remember how to do it. I haven't practiced this speedrun in 2 months. But this setup was discovered by Algorithm, as everything is. It's all Algorithm. Another thing that was mentioned, we talked about ring strats. Do I have a save file anywhere convenient?
Any previous randos you've done on this computer? Well, no, you would have finished all of them.
So many, but I would have finished all of them. Okay, that's fine. I can get to the spot. We'll do it on Soma mode. Also, this is the boss rush. I'm not good at Soma boss rush. I used to hold the world record for Julius boss rush, though. But so the deal with Graham is that touching that ring gives you iframes, That lets you fall straight through his hands, and that lets you, most importantly, keep attacking the whole time, rather than having to, wait around, crouch underneath the hands, and let him do his own attacks. We just steal Graham's turn and use it for our own, basically. Honestly, the Soma boss rush speedrun is also really cool.
Yeah.
It's like a minute long.
Yeah, shoutouts to Issue, who owns that category. Dominates it.
By literally what,
0.09 of a second?
Yeah. The previous world record is 13 years old. And Issue's like, I'm taking this.
Yeah.
But it's a very complicated category, lots of pausing. I prefer Julius boss rush.
Yeah, because you have to menu to get blocking mail to take certain hits and stuff.
Oh, that's true. That was weird. I've never noticed these visual effects when his hand overlaps. Anyways, Graham. We'll just get past phase 1 real quick. Also, dive kick, big 1. So that deals damage, but if I don't do that, and hitboxes don't matter until, you know, your 80 frames run out, but and then you die. But point is, touching that lets you get some really clean, just consistent combos in on Graham during phase 3. That's really everything I had for Arya.
Show them Julius boss rush. I'm still practicing Maxim, but I do want to show them Maxim. So
Okay. I'll do a 3-minute speedrun.
thank you.
Yeah, I will jump in and say we've got, I know, about 30 minutes until Mystic Quest starts, so got a little bit of time yet, so let's go.
Yeah, Fuse, if you think of anything, let us know.
Would y'all mind if I decided to jump in with another donation while y'all are going through?
Absolutely.
All right, so One Free Fits donating $40 said, loving the hats on hats. Put this toward, initially, turn off progressive formations in FF Mystic Quest, which was already met, so Fitz decided to go ahead and shift it toward the music shuffle for Mystic Quest. And on top of Lord Fizzlebeef donating the remainder of his $100, and now Falconic donating another $5, it literally just came in, Music Shuffle is now met.
Very nice. I keep wanting music mods for Arya. Some MSUs like Link to the Past has. So that music shuffle will be fun. A couple things about this Julius Boss Rush speedrun. It's mostly about MP management. The slowest thing in this run is picking up boss orbs. You want to do that as few times as you can. Sadly, Death moved. He was one hit from finishing the first phase. So for the first several bosses, we're able to do it in strategies that limit the amount of boss orbs we have to collect to just one at Headhunter. But after that, it's just more efficient to use all your MP on Grand Cross and such. So we end up grabbing a boss after every single orb after every single boss. No welk you do. That was the worst blower I've ever done. Well, you know, it's not the worst blower I've ever done. I actually hit him with all of my attacks. I've had some where I use Grand Cross, and then because of the way that this fight works, his hands are actually solid. You can stand on them. So he'll bring his hands beneath me and just pick up Julius, just move him away from the hitbox. It's like, Grand Cross? Yeah, you can do that over here, actually.
Puny human and your puny Grand
Is it
Cross.
3? I think it's 3. Oops.
Were you trying to do it?
No, I just forgot how many Grand Crosses to use.
Oh, I thought you were doing you know what.
You know, I had set it up correct for that. Oops, just got hit by the tail end of that laser there. Sadly, the boss rush does not have Julius or Chaos, let alone double Chaos. But decent time. I have nothing else to show.
I'm just finishing up practicing Maxim, and then I'm gonna give it one attempt, basically.
Amazing.
Because Maxim mode in Harmony of Dissonance is the run of resetting, because you can soft lock and break the game everywhere. So, let me just finish up this attempt here, and then I will give that a shot. Yeah.
Well, where am I?
Yeah, I know, that's me right now. That's Maxim when he's doing his own any percent. He's like, I don't understand where I am anymore.
Did he move so fast that he lost all sense of direction?
He goes, the castle
Basically.
in the game is not constructed as you would think it is. It's very strange. Do I want, do I, I'm,
All right. Well, while we are getting the setup here for the maximum percent, I suppose.
we can go to it now. I'll just share my screen. Just give me 1 second.
All right. Yeah,
Just
we
gotta
are gonna
stop.
switch over. Gonna switch over to the load screen real quick, and then get it set up, and be back for y'all in just a second.
Yep.
That feeling when you give yourself one attempt to do something that may end horribly.
Yo.
I stream on your channel now.
Crazy.
Right. Yeah, okay. I'm giving this reasonably one attempt because we have like 5 minutes, and this is probably like a minute and a half if everything works first try, which it won't. But yeah, max 90%. This is the ultimate character in Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance.
He has like a quintuple jump. That's his shtick. He's fast. He dashes fast. He jump fast. He go fast.
Yeah, and you go so fast that you can just go out of bounds like that. And we need to pixel perfect alignment basically. And nice, Shrine of the Apostates, very nice to see. I'm going to save here in case I do decide to give this 2 attempts. I've gotten halfway through the run.
I hate that this is halfway through the run. That's
the easy
thing.
half. That's the easiest half, and this is on the safest route possible.
We'll just jump through the wall there, and we're gonna slide through the ceiling. Oh, now we're in an actual room. This is top floor, I think.
Yeah. This is the hard part. Well, actually, no. This is the second hardest part. I'm doing the safest route possible. In my PB, you do something that's like 2 double frame perfect tricks where you go out of bounds and come back in bounds, and somehow the game doesn't crash. Oh, nice, we got that one first try, and then I proceeded to dash in the wrong direction. So we'll give that a second attempt because we got there pretty quickly. That's why we saved.
This is the exact feeling of where am I?
Literally.
He's not even looking where he's going.
No, he's backdashing.
His dive kick sprite looks really funny.
Does, yes. Wait for the sword to become vulnerable again. There we go. Never mind, because hitboxes, what are they?
What even is your attack?
Is the Stella Sword. Jeez, that damage though. And then also crouch attacking is literally just kicking things, which is funny in boss rush because we just kick Peeping Big to death. So.
Fantastic.
Come on, almost. Almost.
Not quite
Come
fast enough.
Shush you. You wouldn't know speed. You're an Aria player. And I somehow can't do this trick now. But basically, when you're doing a whip launch, you press the opposite. You press left in this case, and then you dash right, and then you whip on the right front. Whip in the right window, and your backwards momentum for some reason gets uncapped, and you just accelerate very fast into the wall. And for some reason, this is now no longer working. There. Oh, come on! I jumped out of it. Come on, game. It's for reasons like these that this is the category of resetting.
If people are curious, that is Heart of Darkness. I want CVHOD.
Yeah, the record uses a triple frame perfect candle whip launch that Maxim can do and finishes in like, what, 21 seconds?
29 seconds and 360 milliseconds. It is a tied world record between Pon and Shaft, both of which also, I believe, hold world records in Aria. So
there we go.
God gamers.
So to climb up out of bounds up here.
Just jump on top of the castle.
We have to very precisely align this, but I can go up. There we go.
Now we're in another ceiling.
Did I get it? I got it. Okay, that's the hardest part done, so we're home free now. Fall out of bounds. So long as I don't die to Dracula, we're free.
Now we're just at Dracula, you know?
Yep.
In the time it takes us to ride this elevator, I think the speedrun is already over.
No, legitimately, yeah. And the faster strat that I do in my PB, I skip that elevator, so. And then we use Maxim's special move that we never saw in his boss fight. Somehow it didn't kill him because Dracula didn't stay in frame for long enough. There we go. Time is on the orb pickup, although we're not running the timer, but... That's max at many %. The safest route possible.
What a good category.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's like 10 degrees of safeness to that, with the least safe being like, yeah, you're gonna reset 500 times before you get a run, so... And yeah, that's all I have to show off.
Oh, I guess it's shout out time then.
I'll go first, and then Fuse can go, and then I can go.
Wow, going twice.
Uh, so
ahead.
shoutouts to the Circle of the Moon community. Shoutouts to the Randomizer community of Castlevania. In particular, shoutouts to Algorithm, Barracks, of course, Garney, Texas, and Amadeus J for rolling my seed, who I've already been having words with in DMs, who races this game, races Circle the Moon with me frequently. Just Belmont as me, I doubt that. And yeah, it's a great time. Definitely, if you're interested in any of these games, check out our randomizer community. Can we plug a link to that in chat? Just the Discord server, Barracks. He's muted himself.
Probably. That looks like a Discord link. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's probably the right one. Okay. Fuse, if you have any shoutouts to give.
I don't know. I guess shout out to the Castlevania Rando. Yeah,
Yeah.
just
I should say as well, shoutouts to Fuse for developing two of these randomizers pretty much entirely on his own. It basically enabled us to be here today. And also shoutouts to Spooky and Devange for also working on the Circle randomizer as well. It's very impressive that these mods work for these Game Boy Advance games. It's always fun.
I did a lot of stuff on Circle too, so it's kind of like 2 1/3.
No. Yes, you helped. Yeah, you're in the credits for that. I wasn't discounting your efforts, Fuse.
Yeah, I'm just.
I wrote a
saying,
guide, and the guide for the Circle randomizer.
2 people, and I'm like,
Fuse. I wrote a guide for Circle Rando, and it literally says the Rando by Devange, Spooky, and Fuse. There's no, and Fuse did 2 things. Come on. You get full credit. Thank you. And then Barracks, you have shoutouts, I assume.
Smile Fires for tracking and also finding the seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the stat rando one didn't get used, we can race that one or something. And the hard one. Shoutouts to the FFR community. I had this joke when you did the Final Fantasy run. It was going to be like, welcome to the Final Fantasy Randomizer Marathon, hosted by Final Fantasy Randomizer on twitch.tv/Final Fantasy Randomizer.
I saw that, yeah.
Final Fantasy Randomizer. It was going to be so funny. This is the 3rd one I've been in. It's always a blast. Hopefully we'll see me again in the Winter Marathon.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully there'll be a Winter Marathon. Great cause. We have Castlevania sprites for I might play Final Fantasy. You know, it might happen. Just saying. Always happy to participate. Always happy to help raise money. Thanks to Fuse and Malert for joining me here.
Mm-hmm.
Shoutouts to the general ARIA randomizer community. Lucho, Algorithm, Lunix.
Thank
you. I was gonna forget Malert, Amadeus.
I'm a clown in that community. You don't need to include me.
We're all great guys. You should come check it out. Join the ARIA community. Pick up the randomizer. Maybe I'll submit reprise.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
That's all for us.
Thanks for having
Cheers.
us. GG.
Bye.